I just wanted to quickly get that thought out of the way while it's been intrusive.
Does anyone have notes that can just give a quick rundown of where we left off?
Sure. Basically, we got last session, or yes, this was the end of the first session. We got a request from Captain Blackhouse. Is that his name? Something like that.
Sounds good.
Yes, that was it. And he wanted us to recover an amulet stolen from the Duke. And session 2, we went out to go get that. We found some hunter. He gave us directions to these goblins. It was to some old abandoned farm. Ran into some scouts, killed said scouts, found the main farm, and combat happened. It was brutal, and Virgil searched a body in the middle of the combat and ran off, and then 2 of us dropped. Combat ended. Some monsters chased after Virgil instead of engaging us. Then we, hours later, got back, rested. The captain came back to talk to us about it. We weren't being paid because we didn't actually return the amulet, though our friend apparently had it and is in prison now. Debatable on the use of the word friend, we're not sure yet. The Duke extended an invitation to us to make amends surrounding the amulet because while he could track it, so could other people, and didn't realize it was this big of a thing. So the group of us that were not in jail were kind of discussing our plans for the meeting, and I thought we were ending there.
Okay, so we didn't actually have the meeting then yet.
No, you have not.
No.
I was trying to remember exactly where we were between what I was planning and where we got to.
The captain had met them in the inn. That was the only meeting of such. They hadn't actually met the Duke.
And that was, the meeting was set for the next morning, I think. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, then is there anything anybody wanted to do before we skip over the night and did you guys rest up with a long rest and then move on to that?
Yeah, let's just cut
I'll
it.
just quickly message you something, but yes.
Then you guys wake up in the morning, you can get some breakfast or anything like that you want. And then your meeting's set for, I don't remember what time I would have said, but like 8:30 or 9 o'clock in the morning, or the equivalent.
Okay. I think all of my spells are still good, how they're at for preparedness, so I'm good.
I do not have a map for Shadowgate or Shadowlock Keep at this point, but we'll just use the map for Shadowgate itself. You guys are escorted by a guard who was waiting outside to the keep. Everything seems to be pretty busy. As you're walking over the bridges, like there are guards been running all over the place in small groups. They're clearly busy trying to manage something or other, and there's a few larger groups in the greenery spaces as you're coming up to the main gate to the castle itself that are drilling on something or other, just combat maneuvers and things like that. Doesn't look like they're doing anything particular. It just looks like it's basic drilling, but they're clearly gearing up for something more than is usual in this kind of a time. The day's cloudy and overcast. There's a kind of a stiff wind going on. That's a little bit chilly, but it's otherwise pretty comfortable. And you get escorted in through the front door. The castle itself is a large block of black granite. It is an imposing structure. It's clearly meant for combat, not as a palace. The only windows you can see as you're walking towards it are arrow slits all over the place. Not on the ground floor, but up above that, certainly. And the walls are actively manned with red lions as you walk around on the parapets. Inside, it's well appointed. There are like nice carpets everywhere. There's a lot of candles casting light. Even in the middle of the day, there's not a lot of light that comes in through the windows. And as you're walking through, you do notice that most of the window slits have some kind of stained glass in them as inserts. So the color in here is almost a little disconcerting. It's weird colors everywhere. There's shadows everywhere as well. It's not poorly lit, but it's not bright and sunny either. Like you can definitely see where you're going and all that, but it's a fairly gloomy kind of location, and it definitely seems like it was built with defense in mind rather than comfort. You're escorted up the main stairs, just inside the doors, to what basically is a large office space. There's nobody in there right now. There's one large desk that stands empty, and doors on either side after you've walked into the room, which lead off to other rooms that aren't open at this moment. And the guard, it's not Black House, it's just one of the random red lions, just asks you, just stand here, the Duke will be with you in a moment. And he walks back out again.
When you said this room was furniture, no, you said it was like an office or something?
You assume it's something like an office. Like there are some bookcases on the walls. There's a large desk in the middle of the room that's, you can assume, is probably the Duke's. Everything seems really nicely appointed in here. There's shades across the windows. And like there's still mostly candles casting light in here. It's comfortable, but it's dark.
Just from the description of form and functionality, would you say it's more of a fortress than like a castle or a palace?
Definitely fortress. It clearly was built primarily for defense. Like the stained glass is nice, but it's like you can assume like they're in arrow slits. They're not in like full windows, even up on the upper floors here. So it's something that was added as a touch to make it a little bit more comfortable, rather than something that's intended for decoration primarily.
Aside thing from the lore that you've given us, is it a common question that has come up at any point that regular people would have asked around town, and it would have been a conspiracy maybe or something? The Duke is a human, but he's super old.
Yep.
Okay, like past normal human age, right?
He's been ruling Shadowgate for something like 400 years.
Right, okay. So that is
pretty much since the beginning. He built Shadowgate.
Yeah, it is a super common thing that people are aware of, and I'm assuming people ask that question.
It is definitely not a secret. It's not usually openly discussed, but it's not really out of fear or anything like that. It's just one of those things that, like, we shouldn't question it kind of things.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got it. Just want to make that clear.
Yep.
Why am I getting the vibe that going and opening the curtains would be a bad idea?
There are shades that are hanging over the windows, but there are beams of light coming through the stained glass into the room.
Okay.
I know what you're thinking.
Just checking. I don't want to make enemies. This is really early.
Oh, where is that photo?
I will kind of touch Lyra. It is Lyra, correct? Okay, on the arm and say, I know what happened to us was truly awful, but maybe we should not lead this discussion with an accusatory tone. The Duke has been here a long time.
Oh. You see her, like, really pensive, thinking. Like, she's just trying to find the right words, and she's really unhappy. I'll leave the diplomacy to my elders. And she just smiles at you.
You get the like sweetest honey grin. Yeah.
Okay, just a few moments later, the door on the left opens up, and into the room walks a fairly tall man, not terribly tall, but like 6'2" He's well structured. Looks like he's fairly old, but in good shape. He's got gray hair, a gray beard. I can drop an image into the chat here to make it easier. He's dressed in a fine uniform, but it looks more like a military uniform rather than finery, but it's very, very well constructed. And like there's traces of like gold threading and things like that through it. And he introduces himself. Greetings, I'm the Duke, and we have some matters to deal with.
Yes. Good morning, and I'll do like the how do I want to say it? The most soft and unmoving kind of bow. I just kind of tilt my head a little, maybe close my eyes, and say, thank you for your invitation. Why don't you please start in perhaps explaining how we ended up in the situation we ended up in? That would be quite kind.
Yes, quite. There's quite a few things we're going to go over, and I'm going to go over them fairly quickly because I have other things that are calling on my time. I don't want to be rude about it, but this is a fairly small issue compared to the scale of what we're dealing with, which we will come back to in a moment. First, I have to thank you for the recovery of the amulet. I apologize for not being entirely upfront with my men about exactly what was going on there. That was not a statement on you. It was a matter of trying to control information and how it was flowed. I'm dealing with betrayal within the city, and I needed to find some way to get a handle on where that might be coming from. I did not suspect you, but allowing information to get out without purpose puts that into a bit more of a difficult situation. So it was not a judgment on you.
And now that the event has happened, what can you tell us what we walked into?
To be blunt, things are worse than I thought, which is the reason for the invitation. You should consider this more of an interview with eyes on a more long-term arrangement that will be financially remunerative to you. I apologize for the bit about the not paying for the return of the amulet. We'll deal with that in a moment. I do have your friend.
It's quite the puzzling situation. We were still embattled when our compatriot decided to leave us. And it was just through mere skill and, frankly, good fortune that we came back. So you'll forgive us if we aren't entirely sure how that relationship will continue.
I am not one to believe in fortune. I believe we make our own luck. And I think that your achievements are a credit to you and your allies.
So, who, or even what was it that had the amulet and came after it? What is the amulet to you?
Who is after the amulet is currently unknown. and there may be more than one agent that's after it. I was playing a bit of a deception. There was more than one amulet. I had different people carrying different amulets, each with trackers on them so they could be identified. And I was leaking information to certain groups to see which ones might be getting information from which locations. Trying to identify whoever is in our midst who was leaking information. The amulet that you were after was one of the decoys. Again, that's not a statement on you. It was still needed to be recovered. I was hoping that there would be some kind of information that would track us down, but as yet, it seems that whoever it is that's working against me, whether it's one or several groups, they had fingers into every single one of the leaks that I generated. So I'm not even sure if it's necessarily an intentional leak or if they have means of observation that I'm not aware of.
And how does this relate to the incident that happened a few days ago across the city?
One of the amulets was not a decoy, and it contains within it a piece of a, let's call it machinery, that would serve to act almost like a keystone to a long-lost prison that I have been a guardian of. Clearly, whoever wanted the amulet wanted access to that system, and I did not want to allow that to happen. You can trust me that whatever is in that prison must not be allowed to escape. What you saw with all of the necromantic energies, yes, that came from whatever is within that system. That's why I built Shadowgate here.
What do you mean why you built Shadowgate here?
I built this city. I built this city in this location to be close to that prison to maintain my watch over it.
So the amulet was a key?
One of several. Not the amulet itself, but an element within the amulet. It was a device used to conceal it. I had suspicions that something like this might happen. It's happening more rapidly than I had thought was possible. But I had sent to have the amulet retrieved, and for several decoys to be used to try and keep it out of their hands, and you know where we're at after all of that.
Has our fellow that you have was leaving us, there were some things following him.
Yes, I don't believe my men caught sight of those. I would be interested in your account as to exactly what those looked like, at least.
Quick
I
reminder,
will,
I didn't mention those.
Oh, right, we were already down, weren't we?
Yeah, I didn't mention
were we
them.
just out of sight? Because I know,
you were down, you were unconscious, you were stable, but it was like the 3 hours or whatever it was until you were up again.
I thought we were still in initiative when they like ran by.
Yeah, but you and Talk were down, only Lyra.
Okay,
and
then
yeah, and I never mentioned the guys that were chasing.
Retcon.
Okay.
Sorry, that's the problem. The note taking for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure. I'm not even sure if Lyra even saw them because she was busy fighting something.
It was confirmed that I would have seen them. Because I tried to play it off that I never saw them, and Endis was like, no, you definitely would have seen them. And I was like, I'm gonna pretend that I didn't though.
Fair enough. But yeah,
they were essentially like carrying on an active conversation between their two mouths at the same time as they were running across the fields. They were not subtle. Well,
so then we're sort of in this now. What does that
That's
mean?
one reason I wanted to bring you here as part of a debriefing and also an interview. I wanted to get a better feel for who you are. I obviously have the men under my control to use in various protective efforts, but they're soldiers. They have various limits. Some of them are wand slingers, but that's usually the extent of their magical skills, and I have heard that some of you have significantly more useful skills than that. And I have found over the years that it is useful for me to employ what I will call irregulars in my service. So this was a moment to address whether or not you would be interested in such a regime.
You'll forgive my questioning of your time, but if you are to consider us, perhaps it's better that we all be present for the conversation.
I also said that this was a debriefing as well as an interview. And he'll walk over to the desk and just press a button, and there's a deep bonging sound that you hear echo down a couple of the hallways. It's not terribly loud, but it's definitely noticeable. So it's clearly some kind of a signal. And moments after that, the other doors on the right-hand side get swung open, and like it swung open without anybody coming in for a moment, and then two of the Lions Guard come in, carting Virgil between the two of them, who's just sort of standing there and not moving at all, like he's a statue.
I will say Torque will recognize this as sentry mode. But the way you've just described it sounds like I've been brought in like Hannibal Lecter.
They would rather march you, but under your own power, but you're refusing because you're in sentry mode. So they'll set Virgil down, and you do notice that there are manacles that are tied to him that are keeping him tied up, just to make sure he doesn't run off or something like that. But he's clearly not been like participating much in helping them get him wired up. The Duke just looks at him and says, "He's been like that since we picked him up."
I see. Perhaps this just needs a mother's touch.
I was hoping that he clearly knows something, since he had some mission to acquire the amulet, but damned if we can figure out what it might have been, and getting him to try and communicate what he knows has been impossible. Perhaps you can help.
I go over to Virgil and I first look and then turn back and say, "You said he's been like this. What did you do to him?"
We arrested him, and he pretty much immediately basically shut himself down. I'm sure he's still in there, he's just not being compliant.
Side note, I think I messaged you and said he went into sentry mode the moment he realized they were in the warehouse where he was hiding. So he's been like that the whole time.
I raise my, walking stick and I tap on his chest. I say, "Hey, it's time to wake up. You have another task. Let's go."
At that point, he's just turns his head and looks down at you and just goes, and just looks around the room and goes, "I am glad to see you are all still here."
The dude kind of just steps back a moment and just crosses his arms and just watches.
I actively snarl, glare, but I don't say anything.
You'll forgive me if, while your statement is perhaps factual, feels quite hollow.
I believe I warned your companion, and looks over at Lyra, that things were coming, and it was best to leave.
You took an amulet off of a dead body and told me to run and leave our fellow combatants behind.
And you saw what came after it.
I saw nothing.
Inside check.
Absolutely.
Let's go. It's the one thing I have a +3 in. 23.
Whoa.
Rolled a 2. You know what? Can I use
I-
intimidation instead? Mr. DM.
Sure.
That was not much better. It doesn't matter.
Give me a perception check, Cease.
My dice are garbage. Everything is garbage. I hate these dice.
You keep rolling things with 4 in it.
Yeah, I don't like it. This is not consistency. This is
Well,
garbage.
The
you
perception
keep-
check was 14. The DC I set was 12. That's fine.
Great.
You notice that the Duke is looking at you and he raises an eyebrow at you when you say that. He doesn't comment though.
I think now is the time to elaborate, then.
I believe I told you all that I was woken recently, correct?
Indeed.
And that I had been receiving instructions.
Yes, that you just decided to listen to the first voice you heard when you woke up. Don't do that.
Instinctively, I thought it was that of my creator.
The ants?
Surely the first voice a person hears is that of their parent. In any case, while we were at the location trying to recover this amulet, I came across a holographic projector of
What does that mean? Like an illusion?
It did not seem magical, it seemed more mechanical in nature. In any case, the person who had been giving me the instructions was there, and gave me new orders. First instructions was to eliminate all of you and return the amulet. Then he told me a second set that an ambush was incoming and that I should leave with the amulet as fast as possible and he would contact me later. I took the amulet, warned her, and left, with those creatures in pursuit. I came back to the one place I knew was safe, the place where I was first found. I sat and waited for contact. Hours passed, and nothing. Then the guards came. And that is all I know.
First things first, you said there were things that chased you? And he stares at Virgil, but then he also does glance at Lyra. What things?
Imagine, if you will, a goblin with a second head and a second set of arms. Pale. Large teeth. Incessant chattering.
That's not good.
No, it wasn't. I was glad that it seemed they were after the amulet, and I could use that to lead them away. My companions here were not in the best of shape.
So, Duke, based on your tone, it seems as if you're aware of what this was.
It sounds like he may be talking about a Dolgrim. They're creations of twisted entities from the distant past that invaded our lands from another plane and twisted existing creatures into useful constructs for them. And if one of them is onto this, that is not good. It's not good for Shadowgate, it's not good for Corvair.
like a twisted monster from Drome?
Rome is not a significant concern compared to the likes of the Delkir.
Do I have the ability to like know that history, or
Give me an Arcana check.
hey,
Or a religion check, if that's better.
no, Arcana's fine for me. Yeah, I'd say I'm aware of that. 27.
Yeah. You know that the Delkir are horrendously powerful entities that come from the realm of madness, Zoriat.
Yeah, you mentioned that, and I would like to say that Glimmer keeps her composure.
You've
But
also heard of
eyebrow-
Dolgrim and Dolgots and by like.
The eyebrow really goes up with a, possibly a not quite, maybe audible gasp.
If I may, the person I assumed was my creator was in contact with the goblins, trying to encourage them to bring him the amulet. It seems when he saw
Clarification. With the goblins that stole the amulet, or with the goblin Dolgrim creatures that were chasing after it?
the original goblins you sent us to find. He warned me of the incoming Dolgrims, as you put them. It seems they were not part of his plan.
Which means we have at least 2 interested parties.
It
And
seems
one I was
the
unaware of.
goblins were less than optimal for his job. They were not acting to his satisfaction, which is when he saw me, gave me orders to remove them and do the job myself.
And you said you recognized him.
I recognized his voice. I could not see the person. He was wearing a hood.
Unfortunate. Have you ever met this person outside of that situation?
No. All communication has been telepathic.
And can you give me any information about the voice?
I'll describe.
Like-
You've never told me, so I'll give a quick description of how he sounds. Like, I will actually. Do I have the ability to imitate yet? I don't think I do. I think that comes later.
That would be alert or your level 9 feature.
Yeah, I don't.
Or not
have
alert, the actor.
Yeah, I don't have the. I'm not that high up in assassination to impersonate yet. But no, I will try and give like a brief description of the voice.
The Duke will walk over to his desk and just jot a few things down. Not sure that will be terribly useful, but more information is better than no information.
Was the hologram to scale, or was it like a dinky tiny thing?
It was a full-size body thing.
So I'll give height as well, because I can give that at least. And body.
So for out of character clarification, I got the sense with detect magic of illusory magic that happened in that area. That's what that hologram was, and like I know that as the player. So effectively, his patron that awoke him, that I'm understanding, was the illusion hologram.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
As far as Virgil
That's
is
fine.
aware that they were the same entity.
Yeah.
Yes.
The voice was the same. That's how he immediately recognized it.
Because as soon as I walked past that section, the guy immediately recognized who I was to contact me, so. Out of character, I will say, Enders took about 3 or 4 minutes between telling me the first set of orders and the second set of orders, and I had to sit there planning how to kill you all. It was not fun.
Yeah, well.
I'm sitting there like, okay, so we've got these Dolgrims who are going to interfere with everything, and it's going to make it not happen. But I'm just going to let them twist a little bit.
I was like, do I kill them now? Do I kill them when I take watch? But then talk's also sentry. How do I do this? But no. I will say, unless anybody wants to make an insight roll on this, Virgil is being entirely forthright and forthcoming with any information that the group asks.
I mean, there is one person in the room who's making insight checks.
Oh, okay.
So then what now with this new information?
Now, I have to try and determine who the new factor might be who's working with the Delkier. Whether or not they're connected to this other group that was commissioning the goblins, or if there's some cult behind both of them, or if it's two separate entities that are trying to get access to the prison. And none of those options are good.
The question is then, how many other amulets did you put out, and who do you think targeted those versus the one that got free?
That's
Knowing
the
who
problem.
could be who could be out there. I'm sorry, I have not been a part of this life, and I don't know what's involved.
Question. I assumed there was one party that was working to try and acquire this, that was possibly trying to acquire this. Who? I don't know. My goal was to leak different information to 4 different groups. I had 4 different amulets, one including the real one. I linked that information to 4 different groups. All 4 were attacked.
May I ask, is the one we were sent to recover a decoy?
It was a decoy.
It's
also the only one that was recovered.
I have been evaluating my position with regards to the person I considered my creator, who then left me despite promising to be in touch. And I have thought to myself, what parent would abandon their child? I have wronged you, and I wish to offer amends. If I was to take the decoy, I would happily play as bait and see if they return a second time.
Currently, you're still under arrest.
There are many ways one can serve penitence.
Yes, and I will get around to that.
I need a quick out-of-character thing, because I don't have a note of who searched the bodies and found the silver. Who has the symbol of the Valerian Company? That is very important.
I didn't know that there was one, but I think, hold on. I want to say it was Arlie. Was Arlie with us at the fight? Was she here that night?
No.
No,
okay.
She wasn't.
So then I would have been
one of the 3 of us.
I would have been the only coherent person that would have searched bodies, because if we would have waited a couple hours for either of you to be coherent, so then I would probably have it. That would be my guess.
Okay, and I don't necessarily know you have it. Okay, but that is a faction in the city.
What is it?
It was a token of the Valerian Company.
Yeah, basically I say that, Glimmer and Torque eventually wake up and then we went over loot, but I don't know who or would have been involved in that, and it was the 43 silver and a square-shaped coin with a symbol of the Valerian Company.
Okay. I will just add a custom item into my inventory.
Mostly because I was going to mention it. Now, if I was the one that had it, but I did not have it in my inventory.
It's the kind of thing you'd hand off to someone, just take this to the Valerian Company and tell them that you're there on so-and-so's business or something like that.
So here's my question. Because my character grew up in this town, would I know what the coin, who it was?
Yeah, I gave
we should have. That was one of the factions that we knew about in the opening document.
You know anything in that document. So the Valerian Company is relatively new to town. They moved in a while ago. They're a merchant trading company.
Okay.
But have set up in the Bustle, which isn't really necessarily where most of the merchant companies set up. It's a little bit closer to the actual business end of things rather than where the office spaces, which is more Center City, around Newbridge. So it's a little odd that they're in there, but nobody really knows much about what they're doing other than they're doing weird trade in various things that really seem to have a particularly specific orient on anything. They're not specific to we're doing trade in ore or something like that.
So I'll actually stay true to my word, and I'll nudge Grandma Glimmer and clear my throat.
What?
And I'll I'll reach like just inside my breastplate and pull out this coin and like palm it and place it into her hand. And if she doesn't offer her hand, like I scoop her hand and place it into it. And I'm like as quiet as a mouse. This was on one of the bodies.
So I, have this. I haven't taken it out of the package yet. I take this.
There you go.
This is good information to have, and I'll flip it to the Duke. Apparently was found with our attackers.
He'll snatch the coin out of the air pretty deftly and just sort of look at it. The Valerian Company, I believe. The BC on it seems pretty distinctive. He sort of puts it down on his desk. I wonder if there's a connection there, or if they just had business with the Valerian Company that was unrelated to any of this. It's another thread to pull, at least.
Any hints are better than none.
Right now we're working with a dearth of information. And the gems that were in the amulet, the real one, obviously, are missing. I have no information on where they might have gone. I know that the courier that was carrying it was killed. And there's very little information on what that might have been with. They unfortunately did not even make it to the city.
May I ask where they were when it was taken?
Where the courier was?
Whichever group it was that had it, yes.
The courier was a short ways out of the city. If you know where Farmgate is, it was about 4 kilometers down that road. It's just taking a different route than the others. That was supposed to be one of the safest routes to take in. Obviously, going through the relatively abandoned woods to the north was a bad idea, too, but at least we were able to recover that one and get some information.
If there's any herders in the area or cattle workers, they tend to be very astute to their surroundings. They may have seen something.
I've already had the Red Lions out searching, and they have had no luck finding anything. All we know is that the courier and the horse that he was riding were both found dead in the middle of the road. And obviously no amulet on them. Nothing else disturbed.
Wounds on the body?
Many wounds. Cuts and slashes and a few arrows.
So it was probably more than one person.
I hate to think that it was one person that managed to pull it off. But whoever it was managed to get in and out without being seen.
So this interview, that means a job. What was your intent for us?
I think it's going pretty well so far. My intent was to hire you on as what I would call irregulars. That would not mean that you're becoming part of the armed forces here in a direct way. You would not have an ongoing salary, but you would be more of a specialized task force that I could call on for missions that are outside of what the Red Lions would normally serve in. Much like what I sent you out with to deal with the bandits that had stolen it. I could normally use the Red Lions for that when we were pressed for time. And with other demands on their time. But there are other situations too, where there may be some strange magical instance that was going on that I would send you out on. And if anything is going on with this prison and this escalates further, that would definitely be something that you would be tasked with. Possibly, you're not the only irregulars that I have. There is another team. I take whatever assets I can make use of and use them as I can. You will be paid handsomely for any such work that you do. more than what was offered as the temporary mission that you were given to the bandits. I can't promise regular work. It'll be on demand as needed, but I imagine that I will have need in the very near future. And of course, anything you recover that is not needed by the operation that I send you on, so like not an item that I sent you to retrieve or information that is of benefit to me, you're free to keep.
I see. And will the good Captain Blackhouse be our liaison, so to speak?
If he serves well in that role, then that is fine by me. He's a personable kind of fellow. Some of the other Red Lions are not so friendly, but soldiers aren't usually hired for their person skills.
Very well. What of us now?
I have nothing for you now, but like I said, I would like for you to be within close contact at least. I believe you're staying at the... what was it we called that place?
The Red Door, or the Red Wall.
Door? I believe you're staying at the Red Door. Are you planning to move?
Red Wagon. Found it.
At the Red Wagon. Are you planning to move from the Red Wagon at any time in the near future?
Not if that's where you need us to be.
It's convenient.
I do.
But you're not prisoners either if you wish to go somewhere else or had other lodgings that you wanted to use. That's entirely fine as well.
I do have a place that I have stayed for quite some time, and I just need to tend my garden now and again. But I can be where I need to be.
I only have temple duties that I must attend to, but I can be there at any time.
Okay, and where is your dwelling, Madam Glimmer? Just in case we don't have you here, we can send someone out there.
Ah, yes. I'm sure I know exactly where that is.
Ah, yes. Let me just load my backstory up again.
No, I didn't actually necessarily tie it into the specific map because I thought it was going to be somewhere like on the outskirts of town, so like maybe somewhere near Farmgate, like near farm area.
It can be wherever you want, pretty much. I wouldn't suggest the sprawl, but that's because the
Yeah,
sprawl
no.
sucks.
I'm aware of that, but just given the small like one piece that I cared about for that was fitting for Farmgate-ish area.
Sure. So if you give him that information, he'll jot it down too. Now there's the matter of your traitorous friend.
Is there a way to check a body for a sending stone tort?
You ask me like I know magic.
No, but you know his anatomy. And I point at Virgil. I'm unfamiliar with constructs, so I don't know if there is somewhere that a sending stone could be hidden on his person that he and anyone else would be unaware of it.
Well, you see, if I take the entirety of your chest and open it, it's probably bad for you. For us, not so much. So you could hide anything literally anywhere.
Do they make physicians for... I guess you wouldn't be a physician. Who would you see to have repairs done?
Most likely an artificer of some kind. Mechanic.
Duke, would there be an artificer that you trust that could ensure that our wayward companion is not carrying something he shouldn't be that is leading him astray?
There are several that work in various areas of the bustle. Do you want a specific name that I would suggest, or would you like to search out one yourself?
Any you recommend would be highly preferred. I'm concerned that it's the voice that continues to speak to him that has led him to the path that he's on. And if we cannot clear that out or block it in some way, then we would all be at risk.
If I may, that voice has not contacted me again since I last saw you.
But it's still
Furthermore, I have no interest in listening to it after it left me and abandoned.
Dear, and I'm gesturing towards Lyra, what are the limitations of if you know, and I'm giving you the very knowing look, telepathic communication? I'm not well versed.
My limitations?
I am able to, if
Pretty
I know
strict.
someone is in a direction, I can send them a whisper. That isn't hard
Right.
for me. That is not hearing messages in my thoughts. It's not something I can do. I know others can. I don't know what capabilities are possible.
I have character questions. Aren't sending stones like verbally everyone hears it when it's been used, or is it actually like a message in the brain?
That I don't know, but I also think, like, aren't they magic items? Could I detect them with detect magic?
Probably.
Okay.
But wouldn't he be a magic item?
He's a sentient, it's
Technically,
considered a
no.
humanoid, so no.
Oh, see, that's where my brain goes. But he would be a magic item.
Lyra just wants me to basically go through unnecessary invasive surgery.
No, so your character said something that hit Lyra's heartstrings, and it's a
Oh.
very hard thing to do.
Virgil's made of wood and metal. You're made of meat. Why is meat any less magical to be walking around talking?
Does your chair walk around talking?
In
Neither
Eberron,
does my steak.
You are a skeleton piloting. You are a skeleton piloting a meat mech.
you know, for being mostly water, it's amazing we don't swish around when we walk.
I'm now imagining like a cinema full of Warforged watching a version of Fantasia where it's just a bunch of steaks coming to life.
The limitations with
And someone
telepathic connections, for my kind, is very limited. It's a very, very strict. You have to be within a very close distance.
And can someone turn you down, as if you're suggesting protect from that sort of capability? Because the question isn't whether someone can communicate with us, but what happens within that communication. Do we have the power of our own self, our own thoughts, our own desires, or can you complete magics over that to compel that?
I cannot. And I know. And now all of a sudden, like, I'm now mind linked with Grandma Glimmer. So I'm through the mind link. I say, I know I can speak without being stopped, and I know I can communicate, and you can communicate with me, but I cannot force you to do anything.
I go up to Virgil, and I know he's like cuffed or whatever, but I take one of his hands and I do the grandma thing, and I'm like starting to pet his hand. And I say, you said you listened to them, but am I understanding this correctly that you declined to follow an order on your own? Is that why we're still here?
I have not received any more orders from them.
That's not what I asked you.
You asked if I have declined any.
Yes, you mentioned that one of your orders was to kill us all and return the amulet.
They superseded that with a follow-up order.
And would you have followed that order?
At the time, yes.
And if they contact you again, would you listen to that?
No. As I said, they have abandoned me. I have had time to think. I believe my premise was wrong.
I suspect you've been badly used.
I suspect that also.
So you understand the hurt that can come from a betrayal then, yes? And you can see how simply taking an item and running can feel like betrayal, being abandoned, so to speak.
Indeed, although I will point out that my action, while not intended at the time, may have saved your life.
That's possible. I won't argue that necessarily, but you
I
left.
will say it is in my interest to find this person and challenge them. I believe they know more about me, but I do not find them an ally.
And should we consider you an ally?
I believe I have much to make up to you.
I believe that's very truthful. The first task that I would ask of you, Virgil.
Virgil, interesting. You have substituted the numbers in my name for letters. Clever, I like it.
My daughter used to call me clever. Now, the first task that I would ask is to never abandon fallen people.
Query.
I'm listening.
If such a situation as last time were to occur, but knowing that abandoning would lead people away, is such sacrifice acceptable?
I can't answer that for you, Virgil. That's something you'll have to come up with on your own. But trust is a core tenet of working together to know that in danger situations that someone else will be there for you. Reliance on others makes it easier to go through things together. Whereas one person may be great, many are stronger.
The concept of teamwork is new to me. It will take some time to fully make sense. However, I will endeavor to learn.
I believe we should formalize this arrangement. as of right now, Virgil is still my prisoner after all. I am willing to overlook the criminality here and my stake in that, but there do need to be consequences for his actions. What I would propose is that I can release him into your care, Madam Glimmer. You would be responsible for him. I'm not expecting anything. If he goes completely nuts again and something like that, that responsibility does have limits. I'm not saying that if he downs you and goes off on a rampage that you would be responsible.
Yes, Duke, I've raised children. I know how this works.
Yes. I will say that the first 2 missions that you do as irregulars with me, he will receive no pay. That will be to pay off whatever fines that we would be charging for his offenses. That covers the actual pay that I am offering for those missions, not any loot that you may recover on them, however. Though if you wished to increase the payment with the loot that you recover, if it is sufficient, that would be acceptable too.
And I look over to Virgil. Do those terms seem acceptable to you? It is part of your choice, after all.
I believe I have already robbed you of 1 pay. I would not want to deprive you of another.
I glance at the Duke. I believe those are acceptable terms.
Good.
Will this be then forgotten after the second incident, the second mission, I suppose?
As far as I'm concerned, the matter is resolved. The matter of the pay is just to pay off fines for his wrongdoing as a penance for that. So yes, that will, as far as I'm concerned, his conduct now is your problem, not mine. And one more thing, and he'll walk behind his desk, pull open a drawer, and pull out 3 pouches from within, and I'll place them on the edge of his desk near the front there for you all, and gesture for you all to pick them up. Not you, he points at Virgil. Consider this a signing bonus and your first payment. And each bag has 50 gold in it.
Technically, there should be a full pouch anyway.
Pardon?
For Ollie.
Oh. Well, for everybody here, Arlie could get the gold too. And it's the 50 gold that you would have gotten on the mission. Are there any other questions? I know this is an impossible situation.
Regarding my proposal of taking the false amulet and seeing what it may attract.
I don't believe that would be useful because at least one group, if there are more than one, who was after the amulet got the real one, which is more concerning. Whether any other groups that might be involved are aware of that or not, I don't see the point at this right now of trying to reveal that. I imagine whoever you were working for realized the amulet was a fake, and that's why they left you in that warehouse to be caught.
That is a logical conclusion.
How they determined that, I have no idea.
Perhaps they have recovered the genuine artifact.
They may have had multiple teams out, or they may have realized some other group that they were also antagonistic to got it before they could. Or maybe they have strange magical powers if they were communicating with you telepathically that let them assess the validity of the amulet from a distance. I really could not say.
I will say that the goblins they were interacting with did not seem part of their inner circle, more mercenary.
Would make sense if they're making use of tools as they go along.
Dearest Duke.
At that point, as you hear the word, as you say the phrase, making use of tools, you just see Virgil shift uncomfortably. Very uncomfortably.
Dearest Duke, I'm sure you have your ear to the ground about the city and the goings-on far more than an old lady, but what do you actually know about the Valerian Company? Obviously, they are not long-standing in the city.
They're new. They don't seem to have any direct trade interests that I can identify. They do trade, but it seems to be a weird mishmash of a variety of things that come in. They're not seeking to establish any specific trade route. It seems more whatever their agents can pick up from wherever to act as an agency. That could be because they have clients that they're working with particular interests. It could be a cover. I have no idea. It's not what most of the other regular trade companies act like. They usually have specific interests and specific routes that they manage.
Very good. Thank you for your time. I know, don't always have a lot of it, apparently, so.
And I have more fires to put out than this, unfortunately. But hopefully this will be a mutually beneficial working relationship moving forward.
Very well. We won't take up any more of your time.
Okay. You can see yourselves out, right back down the stairs to the front door. Yes, of course. And he'll hit the button on his desk again, the bongs go down, and then he'll just gesture at you when the guards come in. And they'll take the manacles off.
Thank you.
He's your problem now, but I don't believe it's entirely his fault.
Yes. Thank you.
And he was forthcoming. And I'm sure I'm going to need space in my dungeons soon enough.
I believe when I find this individual, you will need a space in your morgue.
Make sure to let me know if that is what comes about. Oh, if there's nothing else then, good day. I have other meetings I need to get to. And he'll turn and walk back out through the left-hand door. There's still the two red lions sitting in the room there with holding the manacles, and they just took off Virgil, watching you guys to see when you leave.
As soon as the Duke exits, I visibly relax.
Let's... Okay, thank you. Let's get on with it then. We don't need to be here longer than we need to.
And with that, I just start exiting.
And, I'll kind of bark to one of the red lions that, would have the shackles undone. Just like, go on, get the door.
He seems shocked for a moment and then dashes forward to yank the door open for you. And just sort of gestures awkwardly through.
I'm assuming that was for...
That's the artificer that he put that
Lyra.
you guys asked for.
Lyra. Yeah.
I put it in chat because I forgot.
Yep.
So where do you guys want to head after this? Because right now you're still staying in the office.
Yeah, once the guy, got the door, I'll leave. After I commanded him to do it or whatever.
Yeah, and you notice, like, as you're leaving, like, there are red lions everywhere in here. You don't see servants, really. There's no, like, maids bustling around doing stuff. You see a couple of red lions who are, they don't have armor on, but they're wearing just, like, they don't have their proper tabards on, but they're still wearing the colors, but they're actively, like, sweeping one of the corners of the room down below. So it's pretty clear that there aren't a lot of non-military servants in the area.
Okay. As we're leaving, is my connection to Lyra still open?
Yes, it is open for like I think it's like an hour.
And, okay, and because I've already forgotten, and I know I said it correctly the first time, but I've already forgotten. Lyra or Lyra?
Lyra.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's 1 hour.
Okay. Since the piece of paper was with you, I'll send the mental note. Is that something you need to follow up on?
It's the name of an artificer in the event that we need it. I won't make him do anything he's not willing to do, but in fairness, ensuring there's not another way to unintentionally be contacted. There's a way to prevent them from going through that torture again. I would like to help.
As we exit, Glimmer kind of like shakes her pocket, that the pouch of gold is in, and say, unless someone wants to escort me, and I point to Virgil really quick and say, you don't have an option, you have to, but unless anyone else needs to escort me, I've learned something when I was out and about, and there's a specific item that I need to make that work, that magic work. So we are more than welcome to meet up later, but I just need to go purchase this.
I would love to join you, but unfortunately I do have temple duties I need to attend to.
Very well. You? I point to Torque.
It's been a couple of days. I should probably go check on the Major's family.
Very good. I'm sure his wife would be comforted in seeing you. Assuming I didn't just make up lore.
No. The wife and kids love me.
Okay, got it. And then I will turn to, with Virgil in tow, to head towards the bustle. I think that's where the trade is, effectively. Trade gate, yeah.
Yeah, most shops and everything like that would be all in the bustle. It's generally the mercantile area.
I just need to buy a 100 gold piece value pearl so that I can cast Identify.
I mean, you can find any number of jewelers that would carry that.
Yeah, and that's fine. I just need to, I'm mentioning it that that's what I need. So
I'm bad enough at coming up with names on the fly, so
no, and we don't even need to roleplay. That's fine. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that is what my character is now going to do. All right, add legacy item. Pouch. -100 gold. That's sad. I had no idea that spell was that damn expensive. And then, while we're out there, I would ask Virgil, this warehouse, you woke up there where you were found, arrested. Where is it?
I'm gonna need a map.
Good news! If you log into D&D Beyond, there's a big map.
I'm on D&D Beyond, but my screen is white. Let me reload that. Somewhere toward the dock district, but I'm trying to figure out where the dock district would be here.
Probably not the sprawl. So maybe either
the docks is basically wherever the river is running through.
Oh right, that's forest. So either Newbridge, Blackbridge, Lion's Den, the Heights, Charity Hill. I mean, there are a lot of places.
And as whereabouts of, like, I'm assuming the canal's used, the river is used for trade ships coming in with wares.
Yeah, there would be. The New Bridge would have some docks, but not many. Most of them would be along Blackbridge. There's a couple on Lion's Den, but those would be exclusively for the Red Lions use.
I'll just say the warehouse is somewhere in Blackbridge then.
Yeah, it would probably be like somewhere down in the southern half, somewhere there or something.
Yeah, basically I would request, as we are heading back to the red wagon, request to go by it just to see. And it would be interested in just kind of gaining insight to your reaction, I guess.
I'm happily to swing by at some point. Yeah.
Okay. Then after that, just head back to the inn, I guess. We don't actually know. They're probably not covering our stay anymore.
They would not be at this point, no.
Yep. Okay.
Did you want to go to the warehouse?
Yeah, that's what I was going to request, is that we walk by on our way back.
Yep. I mean, from the outside, it just looks like a warehouse. There's
Okay, that's fine.
12 of them along that block, so...
It wasn't about seeing the actual warehouse, it was about seeing Virgil's reaction.
No, I'm absolutely fine. He even shows you, like, the spot where he remembered waking up. He points to the piece of cloth that was over him at the time. He's just...
I don't have a map for it, but yeah, there's a lot of large crates in there as well.
No idea how long he's been there. He just woke up there. He was just put in storage.
Very good.
You want to search anything?
I might do the thing where I have detect magic. Before going right there, I put detect magic up, ritually, and then do my walkthrough.
You may catch some very mild traces of illusory magic, but that'll be about it.
Yep, okay. Works for me.
Okay. Anything else anyone wanted to do with the rest of the day?
I surprisingly have a very empty calendar now.
Well, it was full of sit in a cell for the rest of your life, so...
Well, no, I'm on about the fact that before that I was getting instructions to kill this guy, kill that guy, go over there and kill that guy. Out of curiosity, were there any outstanding missions he never got round to?
No.
Okay.
It's pretty much here's your
Not
orders.
not that he was going to do them, he just was going to see when he found out about people, if there was any clues.
Well, if there's nothing anyone else wants to do today, we can fast forward a little bit. If anybody needs another long rest, we'll be moving on to the next day.
Okay. Yeah, I figure we would like meet up eventually somewhere for the night, but yeah, we could fast forward wherever.
As far as the inn cost, it's going to be a gold piece a day. It's
Per
decent inn, but it's not
person?
per person. Yeah, I'm just going
Per
off
person
the
or per room?
per person.
Damn it.
Yes, me and Virgil save money by just posting up downstairs.
Pretty much, 100%. We just sit outside in the hallway. The DM has wild to us. Look,
if you're going to try and post up downstairs, they're going to tell you that you can either buy a room or leave. By the time it gets to be like 11 o'clock at night.
Like, I didn't get paid. I'm living on a budget, guys.
Yeah, I'm starting to get poor after I spent all that money, but that's fine. How many days are we fast forwarding?
1.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I can handle 1 gold. You think they could have comped us 1 more night, considering we're now on demand?
Well, he said it would be periodic.
True.
I'm going to flood you guys with a lot of gold over the next little while.
Oh, I remember from last campaign, by the end we were loaded.
Well,
It's
hopefully
going to be a lot higher this campaign.
Oh, Jesus.
And
Well-
hopefully we'll have better uses of it.
At one point
And-
it's just going to be, it's platinum.
I think Endis had said we were going to use the what the hell's the
Bastion
like the
system?
personal
Yeah.
yes, and that's apparently a huge gold sink.
Wait,
That's
what's
part of
again,
it.
sorry? We're using the
Pardon?
what?
Bastion.
Bastion system. You
Like
want a
a
home
whole-
base? You're going to
The
get a
new
home
home
base.
base system from the DMG.
Oh, I haven't read that yet.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
basically the housing bastion system that WoW has or like got introduced.
So basically it's the big gold sink.
One of them, yeah.
I mean, it's as much of a gold sink as you want it to be. But I am intending to like give you guys enough gold that you'll be able to have a bastion, pump up the bastion, buy magic items off of people
Yeah,
who have magic
do
items.
side things, yeah.
We'll get
Yeah,
more into that as we go along, but
I've noticed watching a lot of campaigns, like especially when they get into the high level, they don't realise how much gold they have left, and it's like they keep going into magic item shops and they're like, I don't know if I should buy that, maybe I shouldn't buy that, and then it's like they finish the game with 20,000 platinum pieces, and it's like, you should probably have just bought those items.
It's like in Despicable Me, it's like, in terms of money, we have no money.
Well, I was thinking more it's like those one-off potions that you get in games that you never freaking use. That's gold in D&D.
Yeah, I know.
People just
I
keep...
have 43 full heal potions, and I can't ever use one of them because then I would only have 42, and I might need them later.
Yeah. It's the last boss of the game. The game ends after this point, and they still haven't...
I might need them later.
What, for the credits?
That is a long procedure that takes a lot of.
We are all hoarders. I mean, I still have my Light of a Loon from Vanilla because I might need it one day. Even though it's been nerfed.
Yeah, I'm not that kind of hoarder.
I kept 3 things from Vanilla. That was one of them.
My damn cat was just lying down right next to me on my desk, so I scratched her a whole bunch, put my arm down, and she just looked over me and bit me, and then walked off.
She's a cat.
I believe that was Kitty FU.
Oh, Ali's typing.
I see that.
Right, well, while she's quickly logging on, I'm just going to refill my drink and grab my smoke. I forgot my vape.
Yeah, you don't have to downscale the upcoming encounters. Yeah, we're gonna wait for Arlie, because this is about to step off in a big way.
I was really, that was like 49 gold. That's super random. Oh, wait.
50 gold minus 1 gold for the last night. At the
Right.
end.
What did I miss?
A lengthy conversation with the Duke.
Mm.
Basically, I mean, feel free to read the notes, but I'm gonna TLDR it. The Duke didn't know about the Dolgrins. He put out a bunch of fake amulets because there was one main amulet that's part of like a mechanism.
Did we just lose somebody?
That can unlock a prison with some real bad shit inside of it. And I'm like, yep, lagging. Hi, I'm back.
Yep.
The amulet has like
Uh-huh.
a mechanism within the thing that can unlock a prison. That's one of a few things. And it has a bunch of bad shit. And basically the undead stuff rising up across the city was the influence of whatever was in that prison. That's why Shadowgate was built to be in proximity of that prison.
Okay.
So he sent out a bunch of decoy once we found a decoy one, and Virgil actually got some orders from his, like, the voice in his head.
Mm-hmm.
That was the illusion, like the hologram that he saw.
Oh,
His
okay.
person or whatever. So his first order was to kill us all and return the amulet. And then he got one to run away and, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got abandoned. He went to like the warehouse that he woke up and he was abandoned. And then he got arrested. So the conversation went on a little bit. We showed the Duke the coin of the Valerian company that we found.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know a whole bunch about them, just that, they trade in stuff, nothing consistent, nothing, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But there are betrayals happening within the city, and his whole point beyond security was to find out, like, who's trying to move against him in the city, and yada yada yada. That was the point of the amulets, each with different trackings on it. But along the way, the real amulet was stolen, so that's bad. He is going to hire us on. This was like an interview partially to be considered one of his irregulars, what they can like work outside of the Red Lions
Oh, okay.
type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Virgil was released into Glimmer's care
Okay.
because he was a prisoner and did commit crimes, and the next 2 missions that he gets sent on, he's not being paid.
Okay.
What?
To-
Technically, the injury bonus was the first one.
Got it. The Duke gave Lyra a name of an artificer to possibly check out Virgil to see if there's a way that we can. I know Virgil said that he wasn't going to listen to that voice anymore, but we were just gonna maybe take precautions, maybe take him by this artificer to see if there's something that we can do to reduce that influence, that mental communication. I don't know. We haven't gotten that far.
Basically, do I have a kill switch?
Right, kind of. And yeah.
Okay.
So we all did a few things after the time at Shadowlock Keep, and yeah.
Also, the name Virgil is now canon.
Yes.
Okay.
No more calling him V3R-G1L.
We just call him Virgil now.
Yes.
All right. Cool.
I did that unintentionally in character, and he went with it, and I was like, oh, thank God.
I've been waiting for somebody to make the connection in character since like the first game.
I did it
Yeah.
unintentionally, and I'm just glad it happened.
Yeah.
I've had that line of, you substituted numbers for letters, how smart.
Mhm.
And then got some Glimmer backstory about having a daughter in the process, so hey.
So you guys just did a long rest. Are we back in town now?
We've
Yeah.
stayed at the inn, which was a gold, which is
Yeah.
why
Oh, that's right. I don't know if you were here for session 2, so read those notes too.
Yeah, I remember. I think I was watching it while I was laying in bed and like
Mhm.
drugged up.
Yep. Something like that.
Yes. Cool. Cool.
So yeah, we had kind of gone our separate ways. Like, I needed to go buy a component for a spell. Lyra went to do temple stuff. Torque went to go check on the Major's family. Virgil is under my care, so
she checked out the warehouse where I was originally woke up in, which I was using as like a safe house.
Cool. So are we at like a pause, or were we about to go head out to do a thing?
no. Like, when you said that, we were just saying, okay, well, we'll fast forward a day unless anyone had anything else to do that day. And that's what
Oh, okay.
Yes, it just said that shit's about to go down, so
I'm gonna say like it'll probably start to pop off pretty quickly when we get going again, and we are about 2 hours in. So I'm gonna say we should probably take about a 5-minute break.
okay. In that
Give
case,
Arlie a chance to quickly go over the notes from session 2 if she wants to, and then
Okay.
we'll
Yeah.
come back after
Yeah, that works. I'll take a quick bio or whatever.
Is everybody still level 3?
Yes.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
level 3.
Cool. Just wanted to make sure.
she can talk to me, and there's nothing that I can do about it. But I can respond, and there's kind of, I mean, she can break the connection whenever, but she can't like deliver spells through that. And that was part of why she asked the Duke, like, hey, is there a way that we could check him for like sending stones? And she got on this conversation with Torque about like Warforged anatomy, effectively, and can you hide stuff inside of you like that, you know, a robot.
You also missed a point where he explained, and I think I've mentioned this before, but I don't know if you were here that game when this conversation happened. When he woke up, that was the first voice in his head, so he immediately assumed that was his creator.
Yeah.
So he wasn't following orders. He wasn't following orders because he was compelled to. He was following them because he thought that's the right thing to do.
Right.
That was also mentioned in the like apology, was that like
But
the
after
idea of like what parent would abandon their child, I'm not going to listen to that anymore.
Yeah, after he left you guys, his thing was he was told you'll await further instructions. He never got any. He waited for hours and was captured. So now he's not heard anything for over a day, so he's feeling very much abandoned. So he was never compelled to do it. He just did it because it seemed logical. Now he's reevaluating everything. So if he gets an order in his head of, hey, kill you all, he's going to be like, why?
So,
He's now reached the toddler age where the word why comes to every order.
Cease got a name of an artificer where we could possibly get him checked out. If we wanted to look into avenues to reduce that, because, you know, the idea of being used as a tool is a bad one.
Don't use the T word.
Torque?
Do not use the T word. The DM did it on purpose once, you don't get to do it again. I'm not a tool, I'm a free robot. But basically, like I said, Virgil was essentially born 3 weeks ago. He is a baby.
I am free.
Like, he is still learning about the world. But that was, you know, like how a child in certain creatures imprints themselves on the first thing they see as their mother?
Yeah.
That was the first voice it heard, so it thought it was its parent. Or its creator.
Oh yeah, so that's what I was going to say. So like, the voice you heard may not necessarily be your creator, you just made that assumption.
Correct.
Okay. Interesting.
Now, I wrote something about that in my backstory, but for the character, he just thought, I've woken up, this is the first voice I'm hearing, must be the bloke who made me. Otherwise, why am I waking up now and this person...
Yeah.
Looks like we're all here.
Yeah, I just got a message from Arlie that I had to answer like a specific technical thing.
Okay. So you've all signed up as irregulars as well, Arlie, to this guy who's going to pay you handsomely for work as and when you need it. Except me, I don't get paid for the first 2 jobs because that's paying up my
one
time.
of them was the job that we just did, so it's just one more non-pay.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
One more job.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all right then. I thought I was skipping that payday and 2 more. That's fine, but I swear to God, if the next pay is like a ridiculous one and then he starts giving us cheap assignments after that, I might have to stab a bitch.
5,000 gold, and then back to 200.
Exactly.
So did you all want to go to Eden Stillwater's artificer shop the next morning or later that afternoon?
I'm gonna leave that up to Lyra. She's the one with the, like, I know about it, but she's the one with the information. I just asked what the piece of paper was.
I would never force that hand. If for whatever reason I would have thought that Virgil would have been uncomfortable with it, I wouldn't even bring it up.
He's been completely cooperative with you guys. At this point,
I
he
know,
realizes he has to rebuild trust. So
she made that note to Glimmer mentally about not wanting to make you go through something awful.
Right.
Okay.
So I'd bring it up.
Me a moment ago.
I would bring up, like, as an offhanded statement at breakfast, more or less, that I know I've got the name of a really good artificer that comes highly recommended if for any reason we have need of one, and then I'd leave it at that.
And Torque would probably pipe up that it would be a good idea to get him checked.
If you want to, dear, I'm not going to make him.
Are you having this conversation in front of me, or where I'm not out of earshot?
In front of you. You are basically not allowed out of my eye shot.
Okay. I am fine submitting myself to whatever puts you all at ease.
Torque, I can only comment so far of I don't know the anatomy and what is I know his swords come out of arms. I don't know or want to assume.
In fairness, I don't even know how they do that either. It would be nice to know more about myself.
Well, I mean, if that artificer's worth anything, they'll be able to check him for backdoors, shall we say, as well as answer any of his questions that he might have about himself.
I may be able to learn more about who my actual creator is.
We can do that, and before we go, let me do just a quick check. And I'm gonna spend 10 minutes and cast Detect Magic. Do I detect anything on Virgil that is magical?
Technically, the arm blades considered something I have to attune to, but I don't know if they're magical because they're just standard weapons.
That's the old version of arm blades. They're not really considered magical items anymore, as far as I'm aware.
So I don't have to attune to them?
You do, but it's the difference of like are you talking about the new UA they've made it not that way?
I'm just double checking. I thought they had made them.
I haven't seen a UA on Warforged. When was this?
It was just a while back.
I guess they do take.
They take attunement, but they're not considered magical. Oh no, an arm blade is a magic weapon. But again, that's just the Wayfinder's Guide to Eberron.
That is the most current, though.
It just says, that's the only one I've got, is the arm blade is a magic weapon that attaches to your arm.
Yeah, it's just, I just knew, I had forgotten that they were, like, now common. So they're not much of a magic item anymore. I think they were uncommon the first time around.
But basically, you can attach any weapon to yourself and call it an arm blade.
Yeah, so is this considered just what form of magic, like a transmutation or something?
It's a, yeah, let's say transmutation.
Yeah, that doesn't give you anything in the... I'm going through it on my thing. It doesn't say anything specific. But apart from
it's mostly
that...
about being able to swap in and out, so that's more transmutation than anything else.
Apart from that as well, the leather armor that I'm wearing, the one that keeps letting like little clouds of wispy black smoke emanate from me, is smoldering leather armor.
How do you have two common items?
Because the arm blades are just, you can do that as a warforged, you can just attune the arm, the weapon to your arm, and it just becomes an arm blade.
So that might be the difference that they made.
Yeah,
I'm
you can
thinking
just
of-
you can-
tune up into your like as a warforged, you can just slap a weapon on your arm and it becomes a magical item, but it's not. But the weapon themselves are not magical weapons. They're not.
Yeah.
It's still just a rapier and a scimitar. They're not magical in any way. So my common magical item was my armor.
So the leather armor then would be like an illusion magic.
Yes.
Okay, and DM, would I know what kind of magic, like telepathic communication would be?
I think it's divination
Levitation?
usually.
I mean, would I know that though? Like, I the player, like, could guess, because if I look at message, the cantrip, that's actually transmutation. That's not divination for some reason.
Then yeah, you would know the general spectrum of what those fall under.
Okay, so at the very least, I said, you know, we can go ask, but I don't detect any sort of magics that I've known associate with mental communications. But I also had nothing else to do with my day today as of right now. But I won't force you, child.
I am fine with this. In fact, I welcome it. I would like to learn more about myself, for it seems I know less than I thought, or I already knew very little.
Very well. And we can start that way.
Okay, it's down near where the apothecarium offices are. Eden Stillwater, you will notice as you're going into her shop that she does have a placard on the outside, which all apothecarium members have, which just identifies them as a member of the apothecarium proper. They're just like a localized guild group. Like, it's apothecarium sounds like they all deal with potions, but they do have magical services beyond that as well. They broadened out a little bit from their original origins. More PMs.
Everybody DM Endus now.
We'll
DM
get
the
to
DM.
4 a.m. in the morning and I'll be like, why is this game still not gotten anywhere after that long rest?
So Eden's shop from the outside looks well attended, but when you open the door, it is absolute madness inside. There is stuff strewn everywhere. It seems like there's some kind of an order to it, but it's several orders more complicated than you're used to seeing. There's stuff piled up in all kinds of stuff. There's wands in boxes all over the place. They clearly do a good business building wands for wand slingers in the area and things like that. There are a few other types of magical foci, but wands are clearly their main stock and trade. And all kinds of other little oddments here and
You
there.
hear a little kid over there saying, Leviosa, not
I was
Leviosa.
going to say, this sounds like a cross between Ollivander's and Watto's junk shop.
Yeah,
as like,
not incorrect.
as I peer in, I just like, and I kind of like look at Glimmer quizzically. Is this normal?
We're going to have to figure out a way to make this work.
Huh?
That's exactly the point. I can only make best guesses to dog.
Well, most people freak out at the talking dog, so I try to refrain.
I'm not most people, child.
We're in public.
I'll leave that
Having
to
this-
you to be perceptive about it.
Are you having this conversation in the street or inside the shop?
I
At
was
the
imagining
street.
I was like peered in and then like looked back
Yeah.
and was like, oh.
Yeah.
I believe
you
the
can
amount of roaming undead around here recently, a talking dog is the least of anybody's worries.
Nobody really
Oh.
seems to notice.
I sniff at that.
stay outside if you feel more comfortable, but otherwise come in. And yeah, go inside.
Unlike some shops that normally have like a bell that rings when you come in, this one seems to trip some kind of a device which creates a really raucous buzzing sound.
Oh man, out here I was really hoping it was gonna be like the Pee-wee's World, like.
Yeah, a few moments later, you hear some scampering feet, and then a gnome jumps up onto a couple steps and pokes their head up above the desk there. Yes? What do you want?
Good day. Our friend here would like to be evaluated. There's concern that they're being tracked, and we are trying to make sure that is not the case, and that those fears, warranted or not, might not be able to contact him.
I mean, can't do much if they're just going to walk up to him, but I can take a look.
Mentally, like magically.
You're just looking for a check over?
I suppose I'll leave that to your expertise.
If you're not asking me to do anything yet, then let's put the price at a gold piece.
I toss it to her.
Her, but yeah, she'll grab that off the desk and put it away, and just gestures over to the end of the counter where there's a chair.
I walk over and sit down.
And she'll walk over there, she'll drag the stool behind the counter over with her. And she'll, like, as she climbs up, she'll put a hand on your shoulder, Virgil, and just say, okay, hon, I need you to pop open whatever access points you got.
At that point, both arm blades just shoot straight forward out.
And watch where you're aiming things. But you don't want me, I assume you don't want me going at you with a prybar.
I was only activated recently. I know little about my own physiology.
Okay, well then I'll tap on something, and if you can open it, open it.
I'm
And
not.
she'll start going through it. She'll start with your feet and sort of work her way up, and like pop you open certain panels here and there. Mostly it's what you would open up if you were trying to attach armor to yourself to incorporate it. That kind of thing. When she gets up to your head, though, she'll pop something open, and then she'll sort of pause for a moment, and then reach over for a pair of tongs, and say, this might feel a little strange. She reaches into your head.
Donkeys are aliens, donkeys are aliens.
Don't move. You can make noise, just don't move. And she's fiddling around a little bit, and then she seems to yank something. You feel something like snap inside your head. Not integral, but it seems like something was wedged in there, and it seems to have popped out.
Daisy, Daisy, give me your number, do.
And she pulls out a strange little four-sided coin. With the letters VC on it.
This shit was not in my backstory.
It kind of was in your backstory.
Well, no, I mean the specific writing of... There's a coin in his head. I am unfamiliar with that item.
You say four-sided coin, so it's basically like...
Looks exactly like the other one you've got.
I'm sorry. Cold medicine is kicking in. I'm trying to visualize what a four-sided coin looks like.
A square.
Like a cube, basically. Like a D6.
So it's just a square
Not like
coin.
you, like it's a flat square.
There you
Yeah.
go. Thank you.
Yep.
My brain went four-sided. That doesn't comprehend. I
Four
don't comprehend
edged,
this.
rather.
Yeah.
Four edge. It's like a square disc.
Just square. It's a square coin. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Got it. I'm on cold meds. You have to talk to me like I'm a toddler.
I was trying to imagine a coin that was like that for a second.
Nope, stop licking. Stop licking.
We keep our tongues to ourselves.
Oh.
Oh, that's not good.
I am unsure. What is this?
Think that, but with like a VC symbol on it instead of the 1 penny symbol.
And that's the same one that you guys found earlier.
It's not the exact same one, but it's the same design.
Same design. Is it like the same logo and same company?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
This,
that was in my mind.
my child, is very similar to what we had brought up in our meeting yesterday.
It wasn't in your mind, it was kind of wedged in one of the struts just above your jaw.
Does it look like it had been put there recently, or that it had always been there?
You're only a week old.
And he woke up.
Well, fair. Glimmer, is it possible that a coin could be used as a sending stone?
Hang on, I think he's finishing his last sentence whenever he
Yeah,
says
sorry, I said he only woke up a week ago, not that he was only a week old.
Yeah, my character's taking it as he's a week old. But yeah, so Glimmer, could a coin be used as a sending stone? I'm not super familiar with that type of magic, but maybe you might be.
Do I know the answer to this or no?
Give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
Does the coin have any magical properties?
Ooh, bad roll. 15.
15's enough. That's at the DC of 15.
Okay.
The term sending stone is more metaphorical. You could theoretically make almost anything into a set of sending stones. The same enchantments would work, but the underlying object doesn't have to be a rock.
Yeah, no, I just know that, like, mechanically in Eberron, I don't know how that... Okay, got it.
I'm just making up lore as I go here.
Yeah. Love it.
It could be.
They would be magical if they were
With
sending
the
stones.
right skills, yes.
But there's this item magical.
Eden flips down a pair of goggles and says, because you guys are having this conversation out loud, says, it's not magical, so it's not a sending stone.
And
It's
why was
kind
it?
of a relief.
What purpose would it have being there?
I mean, it could have been a mark of ownership.
How tall is Glimmer?
I believe I wrote down, like, right at 5 feet. 5'2".
Oh, 5'2". Okay. I'm gonna like go over and like jump up so my paws are on your shoulder and like put my head next to yours and just like whisper to you, maybe so they can scry on him no matter where he is because there's an object to scry on. And jump down. And
That's
just make it look like I'm playing as a playful dog.
Oh, that's... Yes. I can't do this. Get down. Sorry, Eden. It is Eden, yes?
Yeah.
Could something like this be used as a... a way for someone to... what's the word? Scry? Or to see upon someone?
I don't have any direct experience in that, but from what I remember of theory, you can scry pretty much anything. If you know the object, it makes it easier.
Might be a stretch, but good to know. This is... perhaps we'll have to go back to that warehouse.
Is there anything else about me that does not make sense? Anything that should not be there?
I think I overheard you say that you only woke up 3 weeks ago?
Correct.
That's unusual. Most Warforged were awoken or gain sentience or whatever you folks call it. I'm not up on all of that. Years ago, decades ago. Young Warforged aren't really a thing.
Not legal ones.
That raises questions. Why wasn't this unit activated?
Can you tell anything about who made me?
It's the real cottage industry there for a while until it was banned. Which is what makes it real weird that you didn't wake up back then, because I don't know why you would build a Warforged and then not activate it to make use of it.
Otherwise, healthy, capable,
Seems
not
right as me.
obstructed.
Don't see any reason why you'd be any different than your other friend here. And she just taps her wrench on Torque.
Boom, boom.
I'm 40% iron. Boom, boom. Very well. We won't take up more of your time. Thank you.
If you need anything, again, don't be strangers.
Very well. And
Take care now.
You as well. Health and wellness.
Thank you for your time.
You paid me for my time.
I turn to Lyra also. Thank you for paying.
It almost sounded like you said peeing.
And walk outside. Perhaps we should go and take a look at that warehouse again. If that is relevant, perhaps it came up there.
Warehouse is what? I'm sorry.
That's
The
where
warehouse
he
that
like
I
woke
was-
up.
First ever
Oh.
woke up and I was using it as like a safe house.
I don't have
in
it on
this
the map. It's
town?
like around there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't.
It's-
Sorry, I didn't realize you woke up and were in this town when you woke up. Basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
He woke up under like a really old dusty cloth. And
So yeah, in that case, I'll like shake my head at Glimmer, like, yeah.
I just want to rule out whether this was owned by the company or not. That's twice in two very inconspicuous spaces those coins have been found. Once is a chance, twice is a pattern.
I mean, it makes sense if you think about it. Both times, we were under the employment of the same person.
Come again?
The person who has been giving me these instructions also was giving instructions to the goblins.
Ah, yes, yes.
So you're heading back over to the warehouse?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it's one of a dozen different small warehouses along that stretch of road.
Yeah. Just for Ollie's
doors-
sake, it's in the Black Bridge area.
Doors still not locked. Free open to like I said, there's a sheet which was draped over Virgil when he first awoke, and there's a bunch of relatively large boxes all over the place. Like crates that were nailed together kind of thing.
Basically, I'm looking for any evidence that this is owned by the Valerian Company.
There's nothing on the outside that would give that direct suspicion. None of the warehouses are really marked. They're just like numbered. So they, like, if you've done business in the area, you know that you could like hire any of these warehouses if you wanted to. There's rented out by the day, week, or month for whoever needs them.
Got it.
I'm gonna like walk around and like sniff the crates just to see if there's anything that would indicate what's maybe in the crates that I smell.
Give me an investigation check.
I was going to say, I've never actually opened one before, but I'm tempted to.
Oof. Well, good. Hey, that's a 19.
Smells like there's wood there, there's metal, there's oil.
Ugh. Okay.
How large are these crates? Or are they various sizes?
They're various sizes, but they're all large. So, like, the smallest ones are, like, say, 3 feet by 4 feet.
Are any of them big enough that they could stick another one of me in?
Oh, easily.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Some of them might have to hold you up a bit.
Are we the only people in this warehouse right now?
Right now, yeah.
Or-
It was the same the
okay.
first time they came around. There was nobody in there.
So yeah, as I'm sniffing around and I smell oil and metal and stuff, and I was like, could there be more? I'll just say it as a dog. Could there be more Virgils in these boxes? It smells like things that could be him.
Do we want to check?
Anybody bring a crowbar?
I've got thieves' tools and
I have
meat.
a maul.
I have two very large arm blades. Probably use my scimitar and just.
Yep.
What's locking them down? How are they sealed?
They're nailed together, like most crates. So, like, if you wanted to open one, it would be a strength check. If you have a crowbar, you could have advantage. Tools that aren't suited to it are not going to give you advantage, so that would include like your arm blades or other weapons.
Yeah.
If you wanted to smash one with a maul, then it would be a strength check, and I would give you advantage. But it would very obviously smash the thing all over the place.
Strength is not my forte. I'm going to leave this to the people who it is.
As they're rationalizing this, I'm going to start casting a ritual of augury. So they can play out however long they need to while I spend 11 minutes.
I will try to pry one of the crates open, barehanded because I don't have a crowbar.
Sure. Give me a strength check.
If you rage, do you get advantage on that anyway?
Yep.
Yeah. But I'm not burning a rage charge for that.
Oh, right, yeah, true.
16.
Yeah, DC was 12. It's fine. Pop it open pretty easily.
The DC was what?
12.
Oh, okay.
They're just crates.
And what do I see inside said crate?
You see what looks like a lot of parts of Warforged that look like they were the same model as Virgil. And when I say parts, I mean it's been fully disassembled and broken apart. Give me a perception check.
Who?
Anybody who's looking into the box.
Well, that's an absolute yes.
We're all like peering.
I cannot
I'm looking
because
everywhere but the box.
I cannot. I'm ritually casting a spell.
Oh,
My dice are slow. Give me a moment, please.
I got a natural 20 for a 23.
I
They'll
think I've
definitely
got
notice something.
3, so yeah, I've got a 21. It
Yeah,
will
that's
load.
more than enough for both of you. some of those parts look like they are not disassembled. It looks like they are broken apart. There is damage.
Interesting.
Well, on the upside, if I ever die, I've got some spare parts I can replace myself with.
Do you say that out loud? I'm just checking. Or is that
No.
out of character?
No,
Okay.
the lack of monotone in the voice is very
Right.
It's also not how Warforged work, so...
Yeah.
No, this is effectively a box with what looks like at least 2 different Warforged corpses in it. That were killed, not that died accidentally.
Well, this is unsettling.
There's probably about, like, 50 to 70 other boxes in the warehouse.
Maybe previous versions of you? Oh?
I mean, the first 3 letters of my name are version 3. Robot. Reconnaissance. Perhaps we have just found versions 1 and 2.
Or 4 and 5.
Curious why they would make ones after me if I work.
Maybe you're not working the way you're supposed to.
You see how many boxes are in this warehouse? There could be working, still assembled versions of you in any one of these crates.
That may take some time. I do not wish to keep you.
I have no plans today. And I just pull out my maul and just stand there like I'm standing guard.
Very well. I will happily enjoy this endeavor.
So we're going to open all the crates?
I'm still doing my little chant thing.
I'm having flashbacks to, and this is going to be a bit of a shout, but the original Borderlands game where you had the DLC to loot the armory and there's just boxes everywhere, and you're trying to loot as many as possible before the whole thing blows up. It's giving me that vibes.
Is anybody going to say that we are going to try and open the other gates, or?
I don't know if I can actually speak to this when I'm casting.
Yeah, I'm looking at the other ones.
Continue if other people are.
I mean, sure, if you want to keep opening more boxes, you can probably open one more before Greta Gliver's ritual finishes.
Okay. I walk over to one of the other boxes and turn into a brown bear and try to open it.
Oh, jeez.
Give me a strength check.
Yeah.
Now you know what the DC is.
Yeah. I was just double checking what the plus on that is.
Do we need to do a perception check every time we look in a box?
Probably. That would be a 21.
Yeah, DC 12 is for all of these. That definitely tears it open. It damages the thing pretty badly because you're a bear.
Hey, it worked!
The lid's somewhere on the other side of the warehouse.
The lid's off, but like one of the walls of it also falls down.
Yeah. I'll be like, look, I got this one open.
Same thing. There's like a fully disassembled Warforged in there, packed in around with some straw.
Is there a head?
Yeah, there's a head.
Can I pop the head open?
Sure.
Is there a coin inside?
There is not.
Okay.
Give me a perception check. Like, are you actually like inspecting this thing pretty closely, looking for this?
Yes. 18. Oh,
Yeah,
do you want
there
perception?
are...
Investigation would have been the same. It's both +3.
Sure. You do notice that there are some scratches on the inside in about the same kind of place where there would have been one.
I am not the first time that this has happened.
Well, yeah, you said you were version 3.
I never understood what that meant until now.
version 3 also doesn't mean that they have only one iteration on the version as
Also,
they go.
version 3 reconnaissance, this could be version 3 anything.
Oh yeah.
I was one of thousands.
Mm.
And Glimmer, what was your augury that you wanted to ask?
Will we find functional Warforged if we open these crates?
And augury works exactly how?
Basically,
Just like
it's, so the result of a course of action that you would plan to take within the next 30 minutes, and I can get good, bad, good and bad, neither good or bad.
Bad.
At least
Okay.
it wasn't a dick and said yes and meant us to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there is a percent chance of
Failure.
yeah, like after the first. I don't think we're going to find any that are intact.
It appears
the
they
next
have,
half hour.
Mm-hmm.
It appears they have done my job before me. And I point to the scratches inside the head.
Also, out of curiosity, even if you found an unactivated Warforged that seemed intact, what would you do with it? Do you know how to activate a Warforged?
No, and that's not the point of.
Yeah.
That wasn't the point.
Yeah.
No,
I'm just like asking out of curiosity,
Experimentation.
like it's not just like a flip the on switch kind of thing with Warforged.
no,
Right, I
if
understand
I found an intact one, I would have probably reported it to the Duke and be like, just wait for this one to wake up.
I don't know what I would have done
No.
if we had found like an intact one or something, but it just saved us from opening a lot more in case. Like for me, it was like a danger sense type of ordeal of are we about to have a Warforged encounter effectively?
That's exactly what I was waiting for. I thought the DM had intentionally, it was like, you're about to fight 10 Virgils. And I was like,
Right. That's
That
why
would
I
be
did.
amazing.
It's like that scene in Chrono Trigger where Robo goes back to his factory and they all just start beating him up.
I don't know what else to glean from this place, but if this is from the Valerian company, is there? Because you said this is a space that like anyone could rent. Sorry, going back in character. Perhaps we can figure out who is renting this space.
How?
Are there no symbols on the crates?
I don't know. Are there symbols on the crates? You're muted.
There do not seem to be any symbols on the crates.
Even on the inside of the crates?
Why would you put symbols on the inside of the crates?
I don't know. Secretive mumbo jumbo stuff. I don't know.
Do you want to give a deep search to one of the crates?
No, I'm standing there because I'm not an intellect. My character is not an intellectual. So I'm just standing guard.
I think we have found all we are going to here. The Star Wars references in chat today are just too much. I swear, if I start turning around to every order and going, Roger, Roger, then we know we're just done for. Just get me a crossbow so I can start holding it like a freaking battle droid. Me and Torque aren't the Warforged you're looking for. Sorry. Oh, it's too late for this. I mean, If
We're
nobody
going-
else has anything else to do, I am going to say I would happily spend the rest of the day opening every single crate if there is a plot device that the DM says we're going to find. Otherwise, I'm happy to move on from here.
Augury is there a plot device question?
Yeah,
spell.
which we already did, and the answer was no.
No,
Right.
no. The question was, are we going to find an intact warforge? We could find an item or part.
And I'm not going to spend the time to do that either. So
Like, it's
That's fine.
technically like if an action in the next half hour, are we going to find it? I could have said like there's an intact warforged in the far back. They're going to take at least an hour to get there. So no, I'm not going to be that kind of an asshole though.
Yeah.
No, but I don't know if there's like any specific part or item we'd find in one of the 70 boxes. That
no,
would be...
I'm not gonna bother going
no.
through that.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that anyway.
No, that's cool. Okay, in that case,
I would do that. I don't think we're going to glean anything else here unless we can find evidence that this company has these spaces.
I hold up the token that was in my head and just look at Grandma Glimmer with... If I had emotion on my face, it would be. But instead I don't, so it's just...
I know. 2 is a pattern. You were here. Is there something else here? Right now,
Technically.
we have 1. That's a chance.
Or is it outside here?
We can look. But I believe the way this place works is that if you pay, you can store here.
I meant in the district that they are currently doing business in. Not where the warehouse is.
I believe the Duke said they were somewhere in the bustle.
I'm sure with the right payment, and I look at Virgil, who's holding the coin, we could probably figure out where they're at.
We know where their company is, but not all of their sprawl.
We just need to know who to talk to.
Sorry, I was just clarifying something in chat. I don't know how we would approach them. It is clear they have discarded me from their surface.
Or sold you.
Also possible. In any case, I believe that we should be contacted in the next few days by the Duke's representative. It may be worth mentioning this to them.
We should move on. Lingering in a warehouse that isn't ours is not good form.
Perception.
I mean, this is my home, technically.
I mean, could I get everyone to roll a perception check?
Oh,
Not sure.
sorry, I didn't see that.
See what? It wasn't out there until I was going to make you do this anyway.
Oh, okay. 20. Damn, I'm rolling good tonight. This is like a counter of the last game.
Me too. Best I've ever
Okay.
gotten on perception checks.
Del and Virgil, you both hear distant bells ringing.
Is it the
The rest of
same
you
bells ringing when the zombie thing was going on?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
That sounds like trouble.
What does?
Yep.
The bells are ringing again. And if that one can hear it, it is not in my head.
What bells, dear? I always hear ringing.
The bells.
You remember when the undead attacked and bells rang in alert and distress? They are ringing once more.
Oh.
You guys can also start hearing the bells now because they're picking up as they go across the city. And they're
I
getting much,
leave
much louder.
instantly.
I follow.
What did you say?
What did you say?
I leave instantly.
Oh.
Yeah, I follow.
Like as soon as he points out that that there's bells, and I strain to hear them, I'm gone. Like
I start
falling.
running after as a bear.
I like how
That's
she
still a
said we
bear.
should move on and then the plot.
I am still a bear.
I'm gonna like holler back. Keep up, Del.
Grizzly bear. Murr.
Okay, people are like shrieking and flattening themselves against the wall as this bear goes storming down the road.
Yes.
So the
Clear-
talking
clear the
dogs we were
path.
fine with. The thing bear.
Some of them are shouting for the red lions, assuming the bear is why the goddamn bells are going off.
Please do not be alarmed. The bear is friendly. Please do not poke the bear.
Yeah. Knowing like, would I know where to go for because of what like the bell because of the bells that are going off? Like the sequence or the tone or anything, or would we have to like stop and ask for directions?
Give me a history check, I think. The bells the first time were going off just like a regular clang, 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 and they were going off differently all over the place. This seems more of a pattern. There's like a clang, 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 and then there's a pause, and then there's a clang, 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 and a pause. And so there's like a different signal that's being given out right now.
I'm really sorry, everybody. My history is garbage. I am like intellect is my dump stat.
You're not a part of the Red Lions, so you have no direct way to know, but you might have heard.
10.
Woo!
You have heard.
Yay!
Yes.
This isn't particularly deep stuff, but you wouldn't necessarily know. The first ones you would have heard were a general distress signal, trying to attract attention. This is a call to arms signal. So it's meant to get everyone in the town to bunker down and meant to get the Red Lions to go to battle stations, basically.
Okay. So I would head to one of the fortifying gates where I would know. I guess I would say like where like I could get information from somebody, like the general that we've been in contact with. Maybe.
Black House,
Fine.
you don't know where his station would be. Like he wouldn't even necessarily have a station that you would even know about. He's sort of a middle-ranked officer. The closest actual gate would be the one just to the south at Night Market.
Done.
And like,
That's where I'm
you do
headed.
see Red Lions running, but they clearly have like places they gotta get going to. So
Yeah.
if you're trying to get their attention, they're probably not gonna pay attention to you.
Nope, then I wouldn't try to get any attention until I got to a gate where I saw people in position, and then I would ask someone who's in a position to for information. But yeah, I'd be heading for Night Market then.
Everyone going along?
Yep. Running right behind her.
The bear is carving out the path. We have no delay.
I'm not as fast as them. Like mechanically in person, like I am, but I am.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not.
We should
I
have
can
put
double
Glimmer
tap
on the
so
back
well.
of the bear.
easily
Yeah.
keep.
Oh,
like,
my speed's actually 40 as a bear.
I mean, mine's natively 35, but I'm not gonna go 35.
Yeah.
yeah,
Mine
I'm
is
I'm
30 and
with
I'm
that.
going 30.
You're kind of pushing against a lot of the tide of people trying to rush away from areas. Like even people are coming in through the gate at Night Market when you're getting there. They clearly don't want to be outside the gates whatever the hell is going on happens. And the guards there are trying to usher everybody in as quickly as they can. And there seems to be a goodly number of people stacking up around the gate in terms of the Red Lions coming in. You even see some of the other, not specifically the Red Lions, but the other more common soldiers from Breland proper that are also stationed here. They're also showing up and being directed by the Red Lions into position.
Is there anyone in the Red Lions that I would recognize from working at the temple?
Maybe. I don't even know what to roll for that.
I know. I'm just saying, like, that's what I would look for first. Is there someone I would like a face
Vaguely
that's familiar?
There's a lot of Red Lions, and everything's chaotic. Give me a charisma check. And I'm going to set the DC openly at 15.
Just a
Because there's a lot of Red Lions, and it's chaotic.
All right. Yeah!
Hey!
Best roll of the night.
Now we got to come up with a goddamn name.
George.
Bob.
You notice...
Francis.
Okay, I just went through Eden. No, I use that for the goddamn artificer. Edgin. No, that's the guy from the D&D movie.
I vote Francis.
Sure.
To
There's
be
a
fair,
guy.
you've already used E's, move on to F's.
You see a guy that you know named Francis who's been around the thing a few times. The temple. He's got like a list of names I can just pull from.
I have a book of baby names just for campaigns.
I love it.
Oh, okay, yeah. So like we get there, and like as we're arriving at the gate, and the throng is like pushing through. I'm gonna say I notice Francis in the distance. I start hollering for him, and I'm waving, trying to get his attention.
It's hard to get his attention because he's also getting yelled at by other people, but you eventually do get his attention. He rushes over to see what.
What's going on? Why the call to arms?
It's a call to arms. I don't know anything.
How
I'm a
do
grunt.
How do you not know what direction the threat is coming from?
Because orders haven't come down yet. Call to arms is to go to battle stations. You need to get out of here.
No.
It's not safe.
I need to fight.
Help.
You're not part of the military. You're not going to be a help.
Tell the Duke that I'm not. Tell the Duke to tell me to stand down.
Why would I do that?
Because he's the only one that can command me.
We are technically under his employment.
What do you mean you're under his employment?
He has hired us as his irregulars.
Where would he know how to contact you?
What do you mean?
If you're working with the Duke as an irregular, how would he contact you?
Through
Where
our
would he
normal
send someone?
channels.
Probably
Okay. Is that here at Night Market?
That is a fair point.
Because if he's looking for you, he won't be sending people here if you're not supposed to be here. If you want to help, go to wherever he would send a courier to find you. And if he's got work for you, he'll give it to you there.
Why do you have to make sense, Francis?
Because I'm a good Red Lion, and I know my job.
Fine. We'll go back to the inn.
Glimmer
The guards
just
are
gets
like
there.
double taking on the bear, but the bear is not doing anything. So like, we have other problems right now.
This Francis
Glimmer just rolls up. Okay, I'm ready.
This
Glimmer.
Francis seems to be very good at his job. One might say he is worth his bacon.
I don't think that's the right phrase. Glimmer, we need to go to the inn. There's a chance that the Duke might try to reach us.
That does make sense. That's where I would go if he knew to contact us there.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I'm gonna just look at Glimmer and be like, do you require assistance?
I'm gonna like hunch down and kind of look at her and like,
Bless your heart, dear.
I pick Glimmer up and put her on the bear's
Oh,
back.
oh.
We can't have you breaking bones.
Yes.
Hey, be careful. I got yelled at when I did that.
You were probably cursed in a really horrible language.
Yeah.
Also,
And
you didn't offer, you just did.
Yeah.
I take off running to the inn. Because now
I
I'm
also
thinking
take up my sprint.
I'm gonna get good orders or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
saying I'm letting
going-
her take the lead and staying right behind her.
I'm going the full double dash. Let's
Unless
get-
you want the bear to go forward to try and clear more of a way. Either way.
No, you have Glimmer on your back.
That's true. Okay.
We're just gonna use the bear like people follow an emergency vehicle to skip all the traffic.
Yeah.
Glimmer's on the back going wee woo, wee woo.
The woman from the woods on her bear's back.
Almost feels easier going this way because all the crowd is generally streaming into the city rather than
Yeah.
out.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the red lions have already gotten to where they should be going by now. So they're not in the way very much either. So it's relatively easy to get all the way back to the end.
When we get there, there's nobody waiting for us.
No, there's Captain Blackhouse is sitting up in front, leaning up against the wall, waiting for you.
Mm.
Well,
Well, what?
you're
I get
here.
the we need it.
Yeah, you needed at Stonegate.
Ah.
You just sent us all the way back to where we've just come from.
We were at night market.
Oh,
To be
Yeah.
fair,
It's across the river.
yeah, like you had to get up here to get to a bridge to get across to go back down to Stonegate. This is actually on the way.
Mhm.
Stonegate, you say?
Yep, Duke's there.
Do we know what's
He'll-
coming?
I don't. I imagine the Duke does.
Well,
I'd
at least
follow
I'll get
you
my
there.
cardio in for the day. I take off again.
I mean,
I take off again. I'm running.
I would suggest not sprinting the whole way there. Don't get winded until you're into the middle of things.
That is fortunate. I do not
This
require
is-
oxygen.
This is urgent. This isn't exhaust yourself on the way there urgent.
I need to get my cardio in for a bit anyway. I'll slow down somewhere in Lion's Den.
I do not breathe.
Mhm.
Okay. And he's coming along behind you, but he's coming on at his pace.
Sorry, Virgil, like, this is the exact thing that I wanted to do with the Warforged characters. Like, I am here to help. Please don't resist. Like, that was, like, those, like, couple of words were exactly what I wanted to do with an entire character concept.
I'm thinking. I've there's a couple of times in my head I've had the RoboCop "Thank you for your cooperation" line in my head.
K2SO is like my perfect idea of a Warforged.
Yeah.
You're being rescued. Do not resist.
Rescue.
I'm here to help. And Cassian said I had to.
My character's name was going to be called Heaven, literally Helper 7, Heaven.
I've actually based this on like several different automatons from various sources. Like there is some of K2SO, there is also some of HK47. There's obviously a bit of Roberto and Bender, depending on how things go. But there's all sorts of different concepts I've had.
I'm 40% Bender.
Depending on how his personality develops as he grows up, yes.
So we get like, I'm gonna say like 2 or 3, like 3 intersections from Stonegate, and I'll slow down. So,
I hope I realize you slow down.
here-ish. And I'll slow down to like not double dashing anymore, basically. And then stroll into Stonegate.
Hey, at Stonegate proper, there's more red lions here by a fairly significant margin than there were at Night Market. And the Duke is in the middle of the little square before it, barking orders all over the place. It's almost impossible to figure out what he's actually trying to organize, but everyone seems to be moving about like good little bees in their little hive.
What's the Duke's name again?
You don't know. You know him as the Old Duke.
The Duke.
The Duke. Ah. Got it. Duke, you sent for us?
Ah, good. We have a problem,
Apparently.
as you can probably tell.
The bells were a giveaway, yes.
Yes, there's an army headed this way here.
From which direction,
From-
sir?
From Mount Kalen. And he points through Stonegate to the large mountain to the southeast of, southwest of Shadowgate.
Do we know whose army it is?
You're not going to like it. It's related to what we talked about yesterday, and I'm not saying any more than that in public spaces.
Fair enough.
Then, in fact, I am going to like it. Very much.
No, dear, the thing is that we're chasing you. That's what this is.
Indeed.
Now, I don't need you for the army. That's what I have an army of my own for.
What do you need us for?
The machinery we talked about yesterday,
Yes.
I sent my other team of irregulars to go and find out what was going on at that site.
And?
They haven't reported back. They left this morning, so they've got a few hours ahead of you. They should be on site by now. They should have sent some kind of a message back. I imagine something must have gone wrong.
Understood.
And if this is already happening at this scale, if that's not fixed very quickly, this is going to get much worse and the city may not survive.
Then tell us where to go and we'll go.
There is a path just off the road down through Stonegate that leads up to the top of Mount Kalen. If you move
Yes.
quickly, you'll get to the path before the incoming army can arrive. They're coming straight up the road from the quarries at the base of Mount Kalen. That's why it's Stonegate. When you take that path, there will be another deviation once you get closer to the top of the tree line. The path to the left is the old path. It is broken down and miserable to climb, but it's also faster. I am certain the other group of irregulars took the right-hand path, which is the newer road, which is in good repair, but winds back and forth all the way up the surface on the far side of Mount Kalen. It's more efficient and more comfortable, but slower. I would suggest you take the old path and deal with the consequences.
Thank you.
If we're not strong, we're agile. Very well.
And be ready for anything, because I have no idea what you're going to confront up there. There is a monastery that you're heading to that both of these roads lead to. It was built before my time here and abandoned before I built Shadowgate. So it is in very bad condition and ruins, but that is the site you're looking for.
I had a character question. The Duke doesn't conceal the fact that he's freaking old.
Yeah.
Okay.
He looks like he's about 50.
I know, but he doesn't. The fact that you just said when I built Shadowgate, I'm like.
No, he's very clear. It's very public history that he built Shadowgate 400 years ago.
Okay, all right. So he doesn't like hide his age at all. It's not a rumor. It's he old. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Right.
the Duke gets done talking, and I look at Glimmer. Can you remember all of this? I don't want to. I don't want to forget any of it, but
Of
I want to
course,
make sure
dear.
somebody else can.
I remember everything.
Good.
Everything
has
that has
to.
ever existed in the world.
Do you have keen mind?
That's not how that feat works anymore.
Aw. That was so fun.
And
That
with
was
that,
I'm not taking notes. DM, what happened that you can remind me of?
Yes.
and with that, I give the Duke the paladin salute. I don't know, because I wouldn't salute him like the rest of his militants do, but like I'm gonna say like like a paladin would salute another paladin within the temple or whatever, like a greeting, acknowledgement of honor, whatever. I'm gonna give him something. I'd give him that, and I would turn and I would start moving quickly towards Stonegate, and I would holler for Del to follow.
I don't have time to deal with payment. I'll pay each of you 200 gold for the effort. Normally I'd pay half up front. I don't have time for that right now. I have other things on my mind.
Don't worry about it.
If you're not successful, it's not going to matter anyway.
That doesn't bother me either way. I wasn't getting paid.
Yes, but it'll wipe off your debt.
Let's just get out of here.
Let's go.
And I run. Mini much hustling.
Okay. It is about an hour down the road until you get to the trail that breaks off to the right. It's very clearly marked, like it's an obvious road. It's not paved, but it's well cleared and maintained. So clearly there's like somewhat regular traffic up to the top of the mountain for various reasons.
Just be like a little bit before my wild cherry would wear off, I like take a pause and let Glimmer get down and then go back to a dog. Continue.
Thank you, dear. I really need to think up of or find a spell to let me have something like that. Someday. Someday.
Some spell that lets me find a steed.
I can't do that, but perhaps I can think of a more phantom version. But once Cease gets level 5, she can maybe find one.
I'm pretty sure she finds one. She's riding it.
Yep.
I'll share. We'll figure it out.
Fine steed. Mine's an elephant. It fits too.
I think she can get
Sidecar.
like a unicorn initially or a Pegasus. I forget how the spell works now.
I haven't looked at it.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not going to bother with survival checks on this because you're following a road.
Aww, but I actually have good survival.
We actually have somebody this time.
And the person with survival is actually here this time.
Yes.
It may become important when you take the old road.
Okay.
Fine steed is any large celestial fae or fiend of your choice.
I will investigate it when I get there.
So yeah, it's another couple of hours up this trail before the trees start to thin out. Like this is up to the top of the mountain. It's not a short trek. It's going to take hours to get up there, even if nothing else happens. And by the time you get above the tree line, there is like a very obvious divergence in the path. There's the road that you've been following that continues on to the right, and then there's what looks like a really like broken down trail, and there are warning signs saying not to travel that route. Do not pass, that kind of thing. But it's clearly visible.
Oh, do not enter. Let's enter.
So you're gonna follow the old path?
I am.
But, I mean, yeah, he wasn't gonna necessarily lead us off that way on purpose to our death.
Okay. Does somebody want to give me a survival check?
Yes.
I'm pointing to where Ali is on my screen.
I cannot assist.
I will.
Oh
not
Oh my
resist.
god. I rolled a 2. So it's a total of 7.
Is there anyone with proficiency that can assist her?
Not me.
No.
That's amazing.
I was about to say I could maybe
Yay!
I could give guidance, but you've already rolled. So
Yeah.
I can use luck, but it's only on my own.
Torque has proficiency, if I'm understanding.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yay.
Did guidance get
Oh,
to change
much
to be
better.
reactive?
22.
Okay, it doesn't matter, that's fine. Yeah, you managed to follow the trail. It is hard. Like there's like little bits of what looks like old paving stones that do crop out of the brush here and there. But there's scree that's scattered across a lot of them. Some of them are under bushes and things like that. It's clear that this road has not been cleared in years, if not decades. So you're more trying to find where the road went and find a way around all the other garbage that's on it to try and get to where you're going. And it is hard going. The trail was probably a lot easier when it was maintained, but it's not easy now. It's really steep, and like where parts of it were like cut into the edge of the mountain to be easier to travel, like rocks have now fallen down over that and filled in that cut. So you can see where the cut was, but it's not easy to travel, and the footing is not great.
Yeah, any point that we come across that is difficult, I would go a little bit and then stop to offer a hand down to Glimmer to help her up over the difficult areas.
Yeah, I would absolutely take any help that they can give, but I mean, Lyra can absolutely tell that, like, Glimmer is more nimble than it shows.
I'm gonna say, I have some rope if you want to tie somebody off to somebody else as well for like an anchor.
It's not really like there's no cliff that you're going to fall off. It's just a very steep slope, and the footing's inconsistent. So like you could slip on gravel and then slide down a bunch, but you're not going to fall off of it. There's no cliff at this point, at least, that you would fall off of. And just in terms of general structure, like Mount Kalen itself is it's a tall, fairly regular-shaped mountain, and like you're going along one face of it, and the other road went up the other face around that. So like there's a ridge line between where you and that other road would have gone, so you can't even see what might be going on over there. And Mount Kalen sort of has two peaks. You're going up to these smaller, closer peak, and then beyond that, there's what used to be an old volcanic peak behind that. That's actually up higher. But thankfully, you shouldn't have to go over there this time, and that volcano's been dead for a couple hundred years.
This time, he says.
That'll be a fun surprise later in the game.
We were basing stuff around this town and all of the surroundings.
Alright. So we spend an hour, we go over difficult terrain.
You come eventually to a point where there's a large gap carved into the side of the mountain, and there's a stream running down that's clearly carved its way into the side of the mountain from where it comes off somewhere far up above. And the chasm's about 40 feet deep, but there is what looks like either an ancient bridge that's worn almost completely away, or a natural spire of rock that crosses over the cavern. Or the chasm, I should say. And that means we'll get the map.
Yay.
I forgot to preload everyone.
Right, I'm gonna go let my dog out real quick.
I'm just dropping people on the map. If you want to be somewhere different, then that's fine.
I'm assuming that's where we're entering this map from, right?
Yeah. Just make sure I'm up the... Actually, let me leave for a little further back.
Can I just say, when you select to move everybody at once, the animation is so slick. It looks so good.
Is something going to happen as soon as we enter over here, or like as we enter here, would I be able to expend a charge from my ring to turn back into my goblin form?
You can do that as we're arriving in here. But we are going to start off with a perception check once Cease gets back.
That's great.
Because they don't have a map for no reason.
I mean...
And he did say about 2 hours ago shit was about to go down.
That was the alarm
It's
bell.
11:15. We're not going to get to the real shit.
So we're
Yeah,
going to
we'll
roll
see.
initiative and then he'll tell us what it's for next week.
We'll see.
Now, we'll do maybe prelude stuff, and then something will appear, and we'll pick up here next week.
I did say there was a monastery at the top of the mountain where the real problems would probably be.
A monastery of undead.
Someone's been watching Castlevania.
I really need to get around to watching that,
I
actually.
watched a lot of really weird stuff that has bled into things in weird ways.
Wait,
That's how it always happens.
Ali,
Like,
when
I
you say
watched-
you watch it, have you watched the original Castlevania, or you mean
Oh, ages ago. Ages.
you've not seen Bloodlines yet?
No.
It's
No, I
not
haven't
as-
seen the newest
okay.
one.
It's okay, but it's not as good. The first one was definitely better.
Also watched like Frieren, which has gotten some weird ideas tossed in here.
Mm.
I don't know if anyone else here has seen that.
Mm-mm.
Netflix has been adding some really strange anime lately, and it's been fun to watch.
Delicious the Dungeon and Frieren are the only two I've really watched recently.
Alright, so what I miss?
You
Not
missed me
much.
popping up the map and saying I needed to wait for you to do a perception check.
Also, I'm a
Oh.
goblin.
I can do that.
Yeah, everyone needs to roll a perception check. I don't think anybody did yet, but now
Nope.
we're there.
17.
Wow.
I haven't
This
rolled.
is-
That's my lowest roll all day.
This is an amazing run of perception checks for me.
Well, I don't see any reason to hide it.
Well,
Grandma Glimmer can see it.
Glimmer might not be able to see it.
As you guys approach, there is very clearly a robed, hooded figure on the far side of the spire, along with
Is
two.
it upside down?
I was going to say, is it intentionally upside down?
Why is he upside down?
He's confused. Wait, he doesn't know what he's doing.
That's like what happened to me with the thing. I was like, I don't know how I did it.
My original question was going to be, what the hell are those two things? And then it was more precedent. It was, why is this guy upside down?
I don't know how that happened. The weird snake things are fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's two weird snake things with like beaks with 4 tentacles around the beaks
No.
that are. He's got one hand resting on each of their backs.
Those things, the art always reminded me. Those things always remind me of Trevor's.
Mm-hmm.
You say it's a cloaked individual with a hood up.
Yes, it's not that same cloak
Okay.
figure. Not
I was
everyone with
gonna
a
say,
hooded cloak is that guy.
Pardon? Every time I see a hooded cloaked guy, I'm going to ask you this, by the way, just so you know.
As soon as I see them, I'm like, oh, this is not good.
Perhaps they're friendly.
I'm gonna side eye Virgil very slowly.
I'm going to side eye back, and I was like, that was my first attempt at a joke.
Mm-hmm.
We need to work on your delivery.
As you all say that, you hear from across the way, the guy just shouts across, "Turn back and you can live."
I replied, we can go forward and still do the same.
With that, I smile at Virgil.
Also, delivery. I was programmed to kill, not be a mailman.
Good fucking line, dude.
And I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself. Step forward. I don't want the ruler. I don't. Oh, it's because it's paused.
Yeah, I was about to say, is anyone else's game pause? Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry,
please.
my map editor uses pause to let me move the map
Oh.
when I'm
Yeah.
working on it, and this uses pause to pause the thing, and I've never seen anybody else pause the thing accidentally, and I'm constantly pausing the thing accidentally, even when I'm working on it to build these things. It's incredibly frustrating.
It's okay.
I'm going to flank Lyra with my short bow drawn out.
Like I'll just.
Does
step, like,
anybody else want to cast a spell or do anything that they have to activate?
I
Before I roll
want to
initiative.
cast Enlarge on Torque.
Okay, you can cast Enlarge on Torque.
Yay.
Nope.
Oh no.
No?
Oh no.
Okay, cast
No,
Enlarge on Lara then.
I was gonna say, if you want to do it to me, you're gonna want to wait a turn. Or I guess I could.
No, it doesn't
Rage
matter.
now.
It work. Yeah, if you enlarge, hang on, if she casts
My-
enlarge on you, I'll still go up a size anyway.
No, my rage says you go to large,
you.
not up a size.
Oh.
So I would have to rage first, then get enlarged to get the double size
Well,
increase.
you've given us a chance to, do something so you could rage and then I cast Enlarge on you.
If you
Is
want to
that
do
okay,
that,
Andis?
I'm
If
not
that
sure
fits
if
the
You
order that
might
you want
break
to
the
do.
bridge though.
I was gonna say, how does he get across the bridge at that size?
Very carefully.
You have to squeeze if you're doing that. Like even Lyra, I think, would have to squeeze on the middle 2 blocks right here.
I think. This
But
is
if you're
what-
huge, you might have to squeeze the across most of it.
Wait, so this is a canyon then, like that we squeeze
Yeah.
through.
It's 40 down.
Can you see the 40 feet right there?
Oh, I thought it was like a bridge where the
It
outside
is.
was 40 down.
So
It is.
yeah,
It
it's
is.
a
We're
bridge and
40
it's a
feet above
40-foot
The little
drop.
stream down there is 40 feet below the bridge.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
okay.
a narrow bridge.
When you said squeeze, that's why I was confused.
Well, I just mean like the squeeze mechanic because you have to slow yourself down to make sure that you're stepping carefully to not fall
Okay.
off.
Or you
So, yeah,
jump from
in
one
that
side
case,
to the other.
In that case, I will enlarge Lyra, so she's large, and then what's his face is also large.
Okay.
That's fine.
Otherwise, yeah, Talk will be literally having to walk across this thing like a tightrope. It would not.
What's the benefit of being enlarged?
You get advantage on all strength checks, and hold on, I just had it.
I think you get
The
a
D4
charge
weapon
size-
damage.
Increases by 1 category. The target also has advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. The target attacks with its enlarged weapons or unarmed strikes deal an extra 1d4 damage on hit. I think it used to do that damage dice went up 1 category, but then
No, it didn't. It was
3.5
all,
it did.
like that was always
Ah.
a huge bummer. I really wish this was a great opportunity for them to evaluate and enhance the
Mhm.
spell because
yeah,
it's really good, but it could be so much better.
makes sense why I think that if it did it in 3.5. Cool.
I know halflings can hide behind regular-sized people. Can regular-sized people just hide behind large?
Yes, I think that's a cover mechanic.
I'm just thinking, can I bonus action hide?
You
behind-
get partial
Can't
cover if you're
bonus
behind another
action
person.
though.
Yeah, but I can use the hide action to hide behind Lyra's leg. then.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be a bonus action. It would be an action.
No, for me.
Unless you have something, that gives you a bonus action.
Yeah, dash, hide, and thingy disengage are all bonus actions now for me.
I get those too.
Everyone can roll initiative.
Dell knows that she enlarged Lyra, but nobody has ever seen Torque spontaneously double
Sure.
in size.
I cast it at her, and then I'm like, wait, how did I double it? Like, what?
I look at Talk
what?
and I'm like, I was not aware we could do that. I will have to work on that one.
He actually looks down at you and goes, "Neither did I."
Oh, that's the worst initiative.
What level does Talk gain yeet?
10?
Yeet is 10.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
those are bizarre snake things. Gross. Ew.
Yeah, I don't even get my throwing special until 6.
Well, that's what I meant. Oh, your throwing weapon is at 6, but
Yeah.
you can't yeet people until 10. Damn. I was thinking you could yeet me across the mountaintop, and I'd be like right on the other side. Sneak attack.
I really wish D&D had the kick from Baldur's Gate.
Hmm.
That
I
that is
I
just the
realised
most fun thing ever.
We could totally do get help. Because you can throw things your size or smaller, correct? At 10.
Okay, the cultist here is going to go first. Yeah, 3 feet.
He outrolled all of us? Jeez.
22 on the initiative order.
I'm a bitch.
Not my
Oh, there
size or
is.
smaller, it's medium or smaller.
Okay, so you could throw one of us.
Lyra is just within range, so Lyra, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw, I think it is. Yes.
Hmm.
Oh, well,
Booyah!
definitely no.
Wow.
DC was 12.
Damn, the good rolls are starting to come in.
My first nat 20 in like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And next up is Torque.
Okay, I wasn't planning anything because I thought I saw my roll be much worse than that.
You rolled a 19.
Yeah.
I thought my roll was, for some reason, I don't know whose roll I saw. It might have been Dell's, but I thought I rolled a 7.
Oh yeah, that was mine.
Uh, what is the range? Alright, yeah, I will, chuck a javelin at him. No. 8. 8
That's
probably
AC, no.
misses.
That is a miss.
That's
These
it
are not
for
zombies.
me.
Aw.
Well, javelins are, what, 20 feet? No, 30. So anything over 30 is a disadvantage.
I do think thrown weapons are a little too harsh on rage.
Is there no bonuses to the fact that you're raging? To counter that, I can't remember if there was something or if that comes later.
I don't know if reckless attack requires melee or not.
Not anymore.
I get a bonus to thrown weapon damage, not attacks.
Hmm.
So
Even
is
if you were to reckless and cancel out the disadvantage, your first number would be 8, so the AC would still be 13.
Yeah.
So is that the end of your turn, Torque?
Yeah, that's it for me.
And we're on to Virgil.
I'm going to... hold on. I'm going to sneak up behind Torque. I'm going to hide behind one of his legs.
You can't,
Why not?
because you don't have full cover.
Alright, I can't hide
If you're a
between-
halfling, you can hide behind somebody.
Alright, yeah, but I thought
That's
that was like... That's why I was asking, can you hide behind... Okay.
You can
Well,
get partial cover if you're behind somebody, but it's a +2 to the AC. You need full
Okay.
cover to hide.
In that case, hang on, so let me count this out. 5. Squeezing through these two is going to take up 10 feet, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 5, 15, 20. 25, 30. Hang on, I'll go there, so I'm out of their way when they want to charge past me. I'll take a shot from here with my short bow then.
Sure. On who?
The dude in the middle. $22 to hit.
Yeah, it's a hit.
Just need to check something. He's already taken his turn, so I don't get assassinate. And 8 points of damage. The other two are too far back. I'd lose the advantage roll anyway.
No, it's fine.
Or are they? Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll shoot him. 8 points of damage.
He doesn't like that.
I'm sure he doesn't. Bonus action. Can I take the dodge with the bonus action? I don't think.
No, you're not a monk.
Yeah, in that case, that is me done.
Okay. So 2 breaks next.
Yeah, I can only take dash, disengage, or hide, and there's nothing to hide behind.
The Gricks are actually like crawling down the sides of the spur. They're not staying on top, they're actually sticking to the sides of it. Because
So
they
it's
have
like
climb
a
speeds.
spider climb.
They have a climb speed, so messing around.
Well, that's gross and disgusting.
They had to dash to get there, though, so that is their turn. And that brings us to Dell.
Okay.
Does that mean you have to be on the specific side to see them?
No, they're poking up over the top, so like they are trying to guard the cultist who's bossing them, but like they're not like on the proper surface. Is all I'm saying.
Right now. Go there. Well, more to the side there. And then the question is, how far am I at that point? 60. Haha! Caster guy. I'm going to shoot ice knife at him.
Okay.
So.
Which one? The cultist guy?
The cultist guy. That's an 11.
That is a miss, unfortunately.
Okay, that is a miss. So, hit or miss, the shard then explodes. The target in each creature needs to make a dexterity save. So he should make a dexterity save.
And what's the DC?
13.
I rolled a 13.
Damn it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I think the Gricks are out of range because I think it's only like a 10, 5 or 10 foot radius.
It's 5 foot. And it looks like it's save and you take no damage. So, all right. And I'm also going to wild shape into a black lion as well. And that's it for me.
That brings us to Lyra. Is the Black Lion medium?
Black Lion, I believe, is medium. I didn't put down a note that it was bigger, so yeah, I think it is medium.
It is Lyra's turn, and she is muted and being attacked by something. Because I saw her silently mouth, "Ow!" What is with our cats today?
She's usually really good about, oh, I feel flesh, I won't use my nails. But she was on my lap and just starting to slide.
Oh, my bad. Lion is actually large. I'm sorry. I should have noted that.
It's not a problem. I'm just not going to try and find a different image, but...
Yeah, no. Yeah, totally fine.
Yarg. This is a hard one. Am I able to determine if the creatures that are crawling, the wormy thingies, whatever they are, if they are whether or not they are fiends?
You're muted.
Give me a religion or arcana check, whichever one you prefer.
Ooh.
None of them are good. Both of them are -1.
Are you not trained in religion?
No, it's intellect.
Did you got a 1? They're weird snake things with tentacle mouths.
Yeah.
They have a better religion bonus than the paladin.
That is amazing.
Intelligence is my dump stat.
She wasn't very good at studying when she was learning to be a paladin.
I had
She just
other
liked
things
hitting
going on.
things.
Wait till my backstory starts to unfold. It'll all make sense. I promise.
Yeah.
It's because my dump stat is charisma.
No, intelligence is my dump stat. You hear you hear Lyra go, why do they always have to fight? And I just, oh, they're not close enough to maul. I'm so mad right now. Oh, screw it. And I'm just gonna dash and enter into the fray. Okay, cool. And I don't think I can do anything with the bonus action. That's not gonna help me right now either. Yeah, that's my turn. That's it.
You didn't cast a spell or anything, did you?
No, but I dashed.
Why would you have to dash? You were only like 30 feet away.
I started way back here. I
thought you
started
were,
further
like,
back.
There.
So I
Yeah, that's fine.
moved, and then
That
I
was
moved and moved
after
again.
her move. She's moved 60 feet.
Ah.
Oh,
Okay.
She did
Okay.
her first move and then dashed
Yeah.
to get that second one.
Yeah, it works out. It's like 50. It's like 50 or 60. Yeah.
I feel like
Okay.
enlarging somebody should increase your movement speed too.
That would be nice. I mean, it is bigger steps.
Yeah.
then that would bring us to Glimmer at the very bottom of the corner.
In which I'm annoyed because being in the back also means I'm further away. So
Yes.
some of my spells are restricted, which is unfortunate. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
You should be able to wedge
Three,
yourself between two giants.
5 as I glance at a very large torque and a very large lion.
I give you one of these.
So these things, no, I'm not going to do that. I am going to, why can't you just be a few feet closer? That'd be so much nicer. I guess I'm just going to firebolt the, does the person have cover? The cultist have cover?
The very large Lyra.
The rule that I use for determining partial cover is if you can go from any corner of your square to any corner of their square without it being interrupted by anything, then you have a free shot and there's no cover. But I think from your angle,
Yeah,
all
it's
your corners to the cultists go through Lyra, so they would be a
that's
plus
fine.
2 to their AC.
So I'm then going to shoot a firebolt at the orange Grick.
Yep, that one you have a free shot at.
Yep. That is
think with that, to be honest, jeez.
23 is definitely a hit.
23 to hit.
The Grick's AC is 14.
Okay.
What it's worth.
9 fire damage to it.
If they have anything, yep.
And then I cannot do anything currently with my bonus action, so that will be my turn.
Okay, brings us back to the top of the round. He's going to cast another spell on Lyra because Lyra is the closest and most intimidating currently. Give me another wisdom saving throw, Lyra. As he's shouting to you, grovel. A 4?
It went from a 19 to a nat 1.
Oh,
I mean, that's what you get for rolling a nat 20,
These
then
dice
your
hate
nat
me.
1.
oh no.
Okay, it's not letting me auto-toggle it, but yeah, you should be prone because he cast command with the
Sweet.
grovel command.
If it was from command, that starts at the start of her turn.
Oh, damn it.
Sorry, yeah, at the start of your turn, you're gonna have to like fall prone and end your turn, unfortunately.
Is the command that he gives her like audible?
Yeah, you heard him, like, his voice got really dark and eldritch, for lack of a better word, and he was shouting grovel.
Mm.
And that brings us to Torque.
All right. I was looking up the rules for long jump,
I was hoping you might.
and it says that the rule assumes the height doesn't matter. But what about trying to leap over / past a large creature?
I had the same question, so.
I mean, to be fair, it's no different to hurdling a regular human.
I would say that, just to draw something here quickly, where's this line? If you were to just go to the side slightly and jump off this promontory here, to like over there, you would be able to get past Lyra.
The long jump is only a number of feet equal to your strength score. So if I did that, I would end up in the chasm. I would Wile E. Coyote myself.
It's, yeah, I assume that long jump means you have to have a clear path in front of you.
Crappy. Well, then I'm going to go up right here and chuck a javelin at the orange worm.
I think in theory, once I'm on the floor, you should be able to jump over me.
Yeah.
You're muted.
You did end this.
If he had the movement, he could just move past you at half speed.
Yeah.
I mean, you might not like him stepping on top of you to do that, but there's not a lot of options on this thin spit now that you're both large.
Marvel.
Yeah.
Let me double check. Something. Where are you?
How much would you weigh, Lyra, right now?
In large creature, it's 8 times the modifier.
Really?
Yep.
That's crazy.
Reduction is 8 times less.
So I multiply my weight times 8?
Yes.
Yep.
A lot.
Nope.
Is this bridge able to sustain the weight?
That's exactly what I was
Yeah,
hoping to do.
because
That's what
I
was
weigh
thinking.
I weigh 2,400 pounds then.
Hey, stop it.
I'm not asking about the bridge. I'm asking about the Grix grappling and pulling.
Kiri! Oh my god. Quit it.
I don't think you can pull a creature a size larger than you, can you?
I think only if it says you can't.
According to the math, I weigh 2,032 pounds.
It's fine. We're fine.
Freaking combined weight of 4,000 pounds between the two of you on this bridge.
They had a strategy, but all of you being large is kind of posing it.
Ha!
It's really strong
Yeah.
stone.
Why be large and
Were they literally gonna try and yeet people off the bridge? Is that what you were thinking?
It's very effective.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's hilarious because why would you turn large in an area that can't accommodate large? Like,
But also, like, if any of you have a push weapon,
Yeah.
you can easily ruin those Grix day right now.
Yeah, I chucked javelin, reckless, 23 to hit.
I mean,
That's definitely a hit, yeah.
Then 9 piercing damage.
That was to orange.
Yes.
I mean, you could just do a shove action.
And that is it for me.
A shove action would knock them off the bridge, technically.
Could.
Which action?
A shove action.
If you knock them 5 feet away from the bridge, then they would fall.
Yeah.
Or any kind of push effect or anything like that.
Yeah, you can shove to push them 5 feet away. So yeah.
Honestly, if he had the topple mastery with javelins or that with tridents, and he'd used that instead, then that would have probably knocked them off too.
So I say, what does that magic? What was the thing about that magic maul when it crits or something? There was something about that. Did a knockdown or a prone?
No, when it crits, it lowers their movement speed.
Oh, okay.
Anything else?
No, I'm done.
Okay, that brings us to Virgil.
Technical question: because Lyra hasn't knelt yet, as it's not the start of her turn, is she still considered threatening to these things?
Huh.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
Just so I know for sneak attack. In that case, I'm going to move 5 feet forward and take a shot at blue.
Yep.
While you're having the hiccups.
It's cost, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Aw.
17
I
to
healed
hit.
a shard of Pringle.
Oh no.
Oh. You okay?
Ouch.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just enough to get caught in the back of my throat and irritated.
Yeah.
17 to hit.
Yeah, it's a hit. AC's 14 on the Grix.
So that's 6 plus sneak attack of 7, 13 total damage. Kind of average rolls there. Not great.
Yeah, they're not liking it though.
Could have rolled, well, 13 out of 21. It's not bad. It's middling. Not really much I can do with my bonus action, so I'm going to stay put.
Okay, that brings us to the Grix. Fortunately, Lyra is not currently prone. Okay, the blue Grick is going to try and scramble underneath the bridge, away from Lyra. Lyra, you can give it an opportunity attack if you want to.
Absolutely. I just switched tabs.
Mm-hmm.
Opportunity shove attack.
Maul to the face. Or not. Now the dice hate me.
Oh,
Yeah, that is a miss.
DM, did you curse my dice?
You used up all the juju.
You got one good roll this game, and that was it.
That's it.
So down 5, 10, 15.
That seems to be on brand for you. I'm sorry, but you're getting one good roll per session.
Yeah, can we not say that curse out loud, please? Keep your inside thoughts to the inside.
No, but
So it's going to
we speak
attack.
into existence, it might vanish.
What?
It's the demon's true name.
We're going after that Grick with Torque. It's going to try and bite you with its beak first.
It gets advantage.
I had forgotten I rolled a 2, so that's good. And then I rolled a 3, so that's just absolutely terrible. But then his tentacles are going to try and grab onto you. Ooh, AC 16.
Tie goes to the attacker.
Oh, not max damage. It rolled over to a 4. That's a total of 6 slashing damage. And it tries to grab a hold of you, but you're too damn big.
I'll take 3 of that.
And the other Rick is just going to go after Lyra, who's right there. No advantage, though. Ooh, that's a good roll. AC 18, I think, is a miss, especially because you got Shield of Faith on.
It is absolutely a miss.
I rolled an 18, so this is probably going to be hilarious. And tentacles. I rolled in that 1. So my dice are cursed too.
Basically, any rolls involving Lyra.
That brings us to Dell.
Okay. I'm gonna move and then move here. And because if I move 10 feet first, I can move 25 feet or leap 25 feet. I'm gonna go up here and jump over to here.
Hilarious. That
There we
cultist
go.
is very unhappy with that.
And then I'm gonna scooch forward.
Okay.
I'm gonna roar in his face. So he needs to make a wisdom save.
I know that they give me save buttons now. What's the DC? I rolled 11. Ah!
Stop rolling my DC!
I even said it before you told me.
I know.
I guess you could say he wasn't going to take that lion down.
Well, in that case, I'm going to try and like swipe him with my paws. See. That's a. Come on. You can do it. Holy shit. Wow. Total of 7 to try and hit this stupid guy.
DC of 7? No, that's a miss.
Yeah, I figured. Ah! That's it for me.
You gave him
Okay.
some pause for thought.
Yeah.
Lyra, unfortunately, you go prone and end your turn.
Yep.
Now, for prone, what position do I have? Like, do I have to fall on my back? Or can I just, like, take a knee?
The order was grovel, so you can interpret that however you want.
Okay, then I just, I take a knee.
It only uses its action. It doesn't use its bonus action, right?
No, I
No,
think it's
she-
your whole action.
Oh,
The
right.
way the command spell phrases
Command
that specific word is...
Yeah. It
specifies
specifies
you-
goes prone and ends turn.
Its turn. That is gross.
Like, I'm not being mean and trying to make up other stuff that they could try and command you to do and deal with
No,
interpretations. They're
command
just gonna use
is-
the default ones.
Command is one of the most busted first level spells in the game.
I mean, the first spell he tried on Lyra was hold person, which was worse.
Do you get a chance to resave at all, or is it just you're
It's
done?
just this
It
turn,
only
she's done.
lasts that one turn. So.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
hold person, she could have been stuck doing nothing for a
Yeah.
while.
Yeah.
That's
You
Lyra's
nat
turn.
20 the right one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Grandma Glimmer, your turn.
Okay. I'm going to move first to here. And I would like the creepy worm things to please give me a wisdom saving throw. As I upcast Tasha's hideous laughter at each of them.
Ah, nice.
They're weird snake things. How do they laugh?
Oh, could be hilarious.
I've heard.
Okay, which one's first in the order because I didn't designate? That was orange. Failed. And, Jesus, I rolled a 3 and a 4. No, a 5.
Yay.
Yeah, they both failed.
So
What is-
each of them have the prone condition and incapacitated condition.
Okay, so...
Literally, it's the hyenas from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. They're going to laugh themselves to death.
And
40 feet
they're going
means
to
they take...
fall. That was my intent.
That's what I mean. They're going to laugh themselves to death. That's amazing.
So, the damage on blue is 12 falling damage.
Yeah, basically, Virgil and Torque would, or Virgil would see this, Torque would hear it, but Virgil sees Glimmer's facade go super dark and her eyes go black, and both of you just hear in a super deep voice, down.
Ooh, I rolled terrible damage for the second one. Rolled
See,
for
I was
9
really
damage.
hoping she'd tell a joke.
Okay, they are both on the ground in the stream now,
Nice.
and prone. And damaged. Anything else? You are muted.
Yeah, sorry. At the end of each of its turns, and each time it takes damage, it can make another Wisdom saving throw to
Okay.
Wait, and then damn it. The target has advantage on the save if the save is triggered by damage.
So they'll get advantage on this save immediately.
Yeah.
That's the cultist system.
I mean, it still takes him out for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the 40 feet
It's-
below us were pretty good for now.
That is fail on orange. You
Yeah.
have 8 on that save with advantage. I rolled a 6 and a 4.
Nice.
And that one's got an 18 in there. That's a 20. So that's probably the save for
Yeah,
blue.
yeah. So, first one, if that's a stream, then it's like drowning or something. Unless it's.
If you look immediately under orange, it's actually cobblestone.
Yeah, he's not
You
active.
could get a lot more water, but it's not.
Yep.
Like it's not a deep stream. There's a stream running through the middle of it.
Okay.
But it's not as
Then-
deep as it usually is.
It's still prone and incapacitated, and fall damage. I don't know, like, if it's prone or not, but it is not incapacitated by my spell anymore.
I mean, blue wouldn't be able to stand up until its turn anyway, so it's still prone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just getting the.
Which means I can't shoot at it this turn.
That should be correct. Okay. Anything else?
No, that will be my turn.
Okay, that kind of swung the fight. The cultist is very, very unhappy about how things are going for him.
Gee, really?
In desperation, he's going to slash at the giant lion that's trying to attack him. Pulls out his knife. AC 14.
Nope.
He slashes ineffectually. And that'll be his turn, I guess.
Nice.
It does have bonus actions. Yeah, that's not useful though. Okay. The next after that is Torque.
All right.
There's nothing in range of melee. Unless you want to jump 40 feet down.
That would be amazing.
What is the dice damage for a 40-foot fall?
4d6, 10 feet, 1d6 per 10 feet.
But you then have to somehow get yourself back up there afterwards. It's not worth
Yeah.
it.
I mean, he'd have it because he's raging.
Yeah, but no.
Would he also get 4d6 crushing damage?
Laying on it.
I was gonna say, the thing is, does
Yeah, if
fall
you land on
damage-
it, you'll do damage.
The Torque's elbow?
If he's the size he is, he doesn't fall 40 feet because he's not falling as far.
No, I mean, it's not like I'm gonna dangle off the side of the bridge and then drop from there.
Right.
That's how I do it, and just like macho man elbow something as you're going down.
Yeah.
God, I kind of want to do that now.
Hey, do it.
Yeah,
You can take
I'm
care of the
leaping.
worms down there.
I am leaping off the bridge
What
onto.
do they call it? The Jeff Hardy, like,
Bomb.
moon something?
Santon bomb, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah,
So are you trying to land on the poor thing?
Yes,
Yes.
I am landing on that one.
Okay.
Did you
if-
just refer to it as the poor thing?
Out of curiosity, like, are you doing it with like weapon out, like Sephiroth into the back of Aerith?
I don't know how well that would work with a
I'm
hammer.
going to give you 2 options.
Hey.
You can try and hit it with your hammer as you're coming down, and we'll add the fall damage to the weapon attack, or you can try and unarmed strike it and land on it.
Oh,
foot
well
first.
then I am definitely doing it with the hammer.
Yay.
While reckless.
Give me an attack roll.
How else?
21.
How else can you attack
That's
something?
a-
that's
I
falling
think-
from the sky?
Yeah, I think if you're jumping off of a 40-foot bridge, it's automatically reckless.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm going to get
gonna
you
be
to roll an additional 4d6 damage on this, and
Yeah.
I'll roll a separate 4d6 for your landing. Since you're doing this with a hammer.
Standing there, like, ladies
Alright,
and gentlemen, I have
there
an important
is
announcement, and I need
the-
you all to pay attention. Cannonball!
The hammer is 13. Oh. 9.
Ah,
22
You're rolling
total
terrible.
damage.
yeah.
22. It is still alive.
Oh my goodness.
It is squealing and wiggling around with like ooze flowing out of it.
Well, I mean, it did just have a 13-foot chunk of iron land on it.
And you take
10.
10 damage.
But
you
it's
can
only
think you can
5.
That is
That
well
was
worth it, I
so
think.
worth it. to do 22 points of damage and you only took 5. That's a
Absolutely,
gamble
yeah.
I would take any day.
That is it for me.
Amazing.
Okay, move on to Virgil.
Okay, so dash, dash, dash. I'm going to, and I, with apologies in advance, I'm going to post myself up on Lyra's shoulder and leap over her. I'm gonna. That's just thematically. I'm not
Yeah.
actually not doing any acrobatics, but just to explain how I'm getting past her. So I like kind of run up her back and just jump off over her shoulder. Dash, dash, come to here, and then attack Cloaky Dude. So, first blade, because I get to use both as my attack weapon. Hey. That's 18 to hit.
Yep, AC 13 on the cultist.
Board plus sneak attack. Another 4, so 8 points, and then that gives me Vex, so this one is with advantage. Didn't roll advantage. That definitely hits. For 2, I did a total of 10 damage. And then I think I've got about 5 feet of movement left, so I'm just going to move to here, just to give anybody else who wants to get in a bit of space. Also, now that they're both large, don't they get increased range on their strikes?
I don't think so.
Only if it says you.
You don't get an extra 5 foot of reach as a large creature.
I don't.
Most large creatures have 10-foot range, but it's not built into being large.
Okay, I just thought with the weapon being bigger. That's my turn.
Okay, one Grick is still thrashing around trying to not drown. We'll roll a save, and I rolled a 2, so he will continue to laugh. Like a weird tentacle snake thing.
It's got to be so creepy sounding.
It's just a scream.
And the blue one is very unhappy in its situation. It's going to stand up from prone. I guess stand up. It's a snake thing. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Orange is finding Blue's situation hilarious.
And it's going to go after the giant torp that just smashed the crap out of it.
But why?
No, try to get away. That's the smart thing to do.
Run.
Well, I rolled an 18 on that one. So the
Yeah.
blade manages to land. I
That's
roll
a
like
hit.
crap. That is a total of 7 damage.
I will
Piercing,
take
so
3.
you get- And the tentacles will also go after you.
How many tentacles do they have?
They have 4, but that counts as 1 attack.
Ah,
That's high rolls, so AC 21.
Yep.
And that is a total of 6 slashing damage.
So 3.
So halved. Yeah. I'm really terrible on the damage on that guy.
Thank you.
This is such a change from the last fight we were in, where it was like, you got hit. Most of your hit points have just gone.
Honestly, like, these guys can hurt badly. I can go over a little bit after this, but for now,
To
we'll
be,
just move on with
to be
this.
fair, Glimmer only needs to get hit once. That's how this works.
yeah.
I don't know, she has
All
20
right.
hit points now. I get the feeling you could survive 6 a couple of
I'm
times.
gonna switch around to the other
The
side of
cultist
him.
could one-shot Glimmer.
Oh, Jesus.
I'd have to roll max damage on the slash attack, but they could one-shot Glimmer. Yeah.
And since I have a friend in melee, I get advantage on my attacks now.
Oh, do you get pack tactics?
Yeah.
Nice.
Roll. That's a 17 and try the other one.
Now he can't even run away.
That's an 18 to hit.
Yeah, it's definitely a hit.
All right. What does she do? Okay. Sorry, wrong tab. That is a D10. There's the D8. Roll. 10 slashing damage. I'm gonna try and attack him again. Ugh. Oof. An 11 hit him, I'm assuming? No.
That's a miss. AC 13.
Yeah. Alright. Cool. Well, I hit him once.
Well, that's it.
And let me just double check there isn't a bonus action I can do while in the shape. Fighting, healing word, but I can't cast it. There's nobody to cast it on anyway. Yep, that's it for me.
Okay, then it's Lyra's turn.
I just sent you a message, Endus.
Oh, I don't have my chat up. I have too many damn windows with all the
It's okay, that's why I said something, and it's not an immediate resolution, it's just an FYI.
Let me check on that really quick.
Okay, I won't do any. Well, it won't change what I'm doing.
We can play it into all kinds of fun stuff.
Absolutely. Okay. Now
I
that
don't think it
learned to do
breaches
again.
the oath because he
Okay.
definitely initiated
Okay.
and was definitely threatening to kill you.
Okay. Good.
It's
'cause I'm
definitely
attacking.
He shot first.
like technically no.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the
that-
spirit
that's all
of
that
not so
matters.
much.
That's all that matters. It's all that matters. So, I'm standing up and charging at him. Maul swinging.
I mean, didn't he initially get like the first move in combat where he cast a
I'm
spell?
not sorry.
No.
Oh shit! Is this
Nice.
magic maul?
No, I don't have a magic maul.
I thought you had that special maul.
No, the
No,
dude in the
Torque
river
has
has
it.
it.
Oh right, okay, that's a shame. Because that's incorrect.
No. The guy that decided to jump down after a worm. He's the one with the magic maul. I didn't even get offered it. Anyway, alright. I don't lie.
Oh.
Smite, 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 smite.
Of course I'm gonna smite you, weirdo.
I mean, roll damage first.
Okay, hold on. So, 8, it didn't do the advantage thing.
Yeah, you have to roll right click perfect damage, don't you?
Yeah.
I just didn't, I don't know.
Oh, it did that to me as well
Oh,
when I tried
there's
to
too
roll.
many people
advantage.
talking in my head. What?
Sorry.
Thank you.
It
So-
did that to me when I tried to roll for advantage earlier. It might need an update.
23 bludgeoning.
Sorry, how much?
23 bludgeoning.
Oh yeah, he squished.
Yay. Good job.
He had 16 health left.
I know need smite.
And that is why the order of operations matters.
Mm-hmm.
Let things resolve so you don't spend resources for it to not matter.
Yep.
Like, that was actually why I was, at least, you know, a long time ago, a big stickler about, like, roll one thing at a time, don't roll all the things.
Right.
But you had
Oh,
to
yeah.
declare if you were smiting before you rolled your damage. I didn't realise you could roll afterwards. As, oh, he's still alive. Have a smite as well.
The trigger is you land an attack.
Yeah. Deal damage, basically.
Immediately after hitting a target. Is how it's worded.
Yeah, so I thought you'd have to declare it before you resolve damage, not...
I think that's a DM call, really.
Yeah. Yeah, because it doesn't say when after hitting, it just says
Mhm.
immediately after
It
hitting.
feels weird that
Yeah.
he'd die and then you'd cast a spell to do more damage to him.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well then.
It's like you hit him and then he immediately died, so like then you make the choice whether or not to cast the spell.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't see
right.
them.
That makes sense.
I roar in triumph. Rawr. It's a reaction.
And I totally did like instead of like the baseball swing, it was total like overhand,
Yeah.
smushed
Smush.
right into the ground.
You see his
Really bad
head,
game of whack-a-mole.
he's wearing a hood, but you see his head like collapse into his spine, so he no longer has a neck when he falls over.
Nice.
I grunt in contentment.
Mm.
Yeah, that I don't have anything else I can do. That's my turn.
Next up is Glimmer then.
Oh, gosh. I hop over here and roll a fireball at the...
Fire bolt.
Fireball?
Yep, totally. Rolling fireball.
Where did you get fireball at level 3?
Don't
In
you
your
remember
worst
that necklace you gave
nightmares.
him?
I found it in your worst nightmares. No, yeah, firebolt.
My character from my previous campaign just comes through and has this necklace over that he
Ah.
never used.
23 for... Oh, bummer. 2 fire damage.
Probably all it still had left anyway.
With the one on the ground, no, he's still up.
No, of course he has 2 more. I can't do anything with a bonus action, and I'm not getting any closer, so that's my turn.
Okay. Squished guy is dead. Torque. For the love of God, don't miss.
I'm going to take a swing at the one in front of me. Recklessly.
Thank you.
19 to hit.
Thank
Yep.
God he went reckless.
11 damage.
And now it's dead. It had 7 before Glimmer hit it.
Just,
Yep, weapon mastery.
And then I'm going to move and be done.
You trying to be like 5 feet away from it?
Yeah, I specifically have reach.
Virgil, it's your turn.
This thing is below us, correct?
40 feet down, yes.
Where I'm stood, it can't see me.
Nope.
Can I hide from it?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna hide first as bonus action.
Give me a stealth check.
I am doing... That should hopefully do it, 24.
Yep. The DC is 15, and then it's up
And I'm
to
gonna just pop
Dex.
out to the side and shoot it. Because it's prone, it would have been disadvantage.
Well, it was also incapacitated, so it was already at advantage and canceled it out.
Oh, right, I hadn't considered that. But it
It
would
has
have been...
disadvantage from any source, though, so being prone would cancel it out.
Yeah, so it's just a straight... Is it a straight roll?
It's gonna be straight, yeah.
And there's no...
Straight
sneak.
roll, I'm just saying you wouldn't get sneak attack, because there was
Yeah,
disadvantage
that's
from
fine.
some source.
Well, no, it's being threatened by talk.
No. Threatened is within 5 feet.
Alright. God damn it, man. Even you reach. Alright, anyway.
It
It's
doesn't
slapping
matter
itself to
though.
death.
It doesn't matter though, because you still have a source of disadvantage, so even if I were right next to it, you wouldn't get
That's
sneak
true.
attack.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, 22
Yeah.
to hit for... 4 whole damage.
Okay, it's whittling down.
It
Go ahead and
can...
make a save now at advantage from taking damage.
Right. Well, it's been absolutely terrible at these. Oh, 8, that's a 17. I think it makes it.
Yep, it does.
Cool. Cool. That's my
It's-
turn.
Pardon?
That's my turn.
Okay, and now it's that Greg's turn.
Shit. Sorry, talk.
Well, get up from being prone. And it's going to go after Torque. Because he's right there. And you're still reckless, aren't you, Torque?
Has
Yep.
anybody figured out how we're getting him back up here?
That's a problem for later.
He's
Ooh,
already
it's a-
raging. He can just angry climb up.
That was almost a crit. Total of 10 piercing damage.
5.
And tentacles. That's a double nat 1 somehow. That is insane. Okay, it's
Hey, wow.
Stealth's turn.
I'm
Stealth is
sorry,
muted.
I misheard. Yeah, there's not a whole lot I can do unless I jump down there or shift, which I don't want to do right at the moment.
A lion
So.
falling 40 feet into a valley. Where have I seen that before?
In the distance, you hear a rumbling like a stampede.
Right.
Long live the king.
Basically, I'm
You
gonna assume that they can take care of the thing down there, and I'm gonna like look out this way to see if like anything else is coming to attack us from behind or ahead of where we were going.
Want to give me a perception check?
Sure. Actually, does it have a better perception than me? No. Okay. That's an 11.
You don't see anything, but you do see that the path from there on starts to weave up the passage up a very steep slope, and
Okay.
it looks like it's fallen completely apart. It's not going to be an easy trek.
Okay. Cool.
Like worse than what you've been going through up until now.
Yeah.
Whole sections of the path are missing. Next up is Lyra. You've got them all. Jump down and do something cool.
Yeah. It worked once. Worked again.
I swing my maul up onto my shoulder and I get up to the edge and I just look down. I'm like, you got this.
Thank you. Stop taking unnecessary damage. We're level 3.
We have another fight after this, just to remind you all. We haven't got to the...
Maybe.
We know. You're muted, Enders.
Probably at least one fight.
Like, we're heading to a monastery.
A ruined monastery.
I've
Where you're
played
supposed
it
to be
with Diablo to know how this goes.
I was about to
We're
say,
supposed to be
I'm
providing
sorry.
backup.
SM
Just so we can
ruined
get through
for
this
me.
fight, because I'm exhausted and ready for bed. That's
Yeah.
literally all of my turn. I look down and I'm like, you got this. And I watch.
Me?
Sorry. Yeah, Glimmer. I'm muted again. God damn
Yep.
it.
Shift 1 square. It's been damaged, so please give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, it was rolling a 19 and then I flipped over to a 9.
Good.
It's an 11.
This spell still doesn't do the thing, so I need to roll a d12. God damn this spell.
This is so bad.
It takes 1 necrotic damage,
Okay.
and that's my turn. Glad I was a part of it.
Torque.
I'ma whack it.
Please kill this thing.
It still looks okay.
I'm gonna wreck it.
It's bloody,
19 to hit.
but that's a hit.
13 bludgeoning.
Still up.
That's all I got.
Virgil.
I'm gonna do the hokey cokey. That's a good successful stealth roll. I'm not gonna do the back and forth movement. You know what I'm doing. Advantage shot. Hopefully this time it rolls both dice. We'll see. There we go. Nat 20.
And no source of disadvantage.
Nope.
So you have advantage because of the hiding. You have the
Yeah,
sneak
yeah.
attack because of.
Please end this encounter.
Well, it's a
Oh, that's
perfect. It's going to be a perfect crit. So let's just see this. So
It's
that's
crit. It's definitely going to kill it. I'll put it that way.
so 14 plus. Jesus Christ, 24. I rolled double sixes on a perfect crit. So 38 points of damage. If that thing's still alive, I'm logging off. Good night.
No, it had 9 health left. That shot would have done like 75% of its health from full.
You just see Virgil like grab his bow and like twirl it and put it back in the holster like RoboCop style.
Okay, we are out of initiative. How are you getting Torque out of the street?
I am up here.
I was gonna angry climb.
I'm gonna reach into my pack and hand Lyra a very long rope.
He's enormous. He can do it in like 4 moves.
You hand me the rope, and I'm like,
Hand it back.
Oh, I just take it back.
Like, you're slightly higher in strength, but can you lift like a 2,400-pound Torque?
But it's also like Lyra is large, so it's like you put a rope ring around her.
yeah, it just like.
I was thinking of using her as his anchor. Is the point because she weighs a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And has advantage on strength saves right now. Strength checks.
Yeah, but I'm also like actively watching him start to climb the wall.
If you're just gonna angry climb, just give me an athletics check. I think you get advantage because you're raging.
He does, because it's strength based.
It's not hard. There's a ton of handles. The DC is 10.
Yeah.
You can't screw this up.
Like you can see, there's a tree
I mean,
right on the side of it.
While he's climbing, I'm searching the body.
I was going to say, I should have started doing that during combat earlier, but then I realised it might not be that funny.
Give me an investigation check.
I will assist, because I can with proficiency.
So does that mean I get advantage?
Yes, you do.
Yes.
Right.
What's your investigation, out of curiosity?
-1.
I have a plus if you want me to do it.
Unless she has investigation as a proficiency.
Oh,
she
that's
can't
true,
help.
yeah. No, I'll assist you.
Technically.
Mm-hmm.
I'm absolutely gonna do it. Hold on.
Nice. It was
9.
worse. Lol. I love it.
You rolled lower than my passive investigation twice.
Listen, we don't judge.
No,
I'm
I just
totally like, because I'm totally just picking up the corpse and shaking.
I just love all
when
the times we
when
get
she puts
advantage
it back
and
down,
it's
can I
worse.
just look myself and be like,
What
this is
a
why
miss.
I searched the bodies?
I'm going to say, like, a pouch falls out of his thing. There's 30 gold in it.
Okay.
And there's also a very obvious amulet that's bouncing around on top of his chest that falls out of his robes.
You're shaking.
Oh
Does it
yeah,
like-
and I just like
like
I
the
take
one-
that too.
Does his amulet look similar to the one we were sent to recover?
Nothing at all like it.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm
Is there anything
gonna
else on his
I'm gonna
body?
look at the amulet, and I'm gonna walk over to Glimmer. You're like, can you help me identify this? At your convenience, no rush. But I feel like it might be important later.
Glimmer sits down, crisscross applesauce,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna spend my 11 minutes to use identify.
Okay. 30 seconds after combat ends, Lyra is no longer large. You shrink back down because it
I was
only
gonna say,
lasts
she
a minute
can
total.
investigate with like giant hands. There is no.
That's why I was just shaking the body.
Yeah, it worked.
Whatever, 11 minutes later, that's an amulet of proof against detection and location.
Oh.
Okay, that actually fixes our Virgil problem.
Mm-hmm.
Great, there goes all my achievement slots. Can I have a more thorough look at the body if there's anything worth finding on?
You can give me another investigation check.
Certainly.
Lyra, are you gonna add that to your inventory, or do I?
It was almost a 19.
Just because we haven't established that, because I don't think.
Yeah, you don't find anything else.
Tonight.
I mean, he's got the robes if you want to take them, but they're kind of cut up a lot by the battle.
No, I'm
And
good.
bloody, and they probably stink.
And bloody, and like, they smell really weird. Not like dirty, but weird.
He burns a lot of patchouli at his house.
I don't believe my oil paction would be as much of an issue, but okay.
I hate that scent.
I know.
Also, you do notice that the guy's got like weird texture problems with some of the skin that on his arms and stuff. Like, it looks like something weird is growing on him.
Fortunately, I don't have skin, so I don't mind looking. I am not
I'm
going to be
so
catching...
glad I didn't rifle and I just shook the body.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be catching eczema off this guy. I will take the time to just examine it.
Yeah, Radix, you can add it to your inventory, because I'm
Okay.
going to assume you're going to be like, hey, this is going to be important later, and I'd be like, cool, you hold on to it. I don't want to lose it.
Think less eczema and more like patches of inch-long skin tags that are wiggling a bit.
Ew! Why do
don't
they
want
wiggle?
I don't want nightmares tonight. Can we not talk about stuff like that? I get
Oh,
nightmares.
honey, you're
really
in the
easy.
worst
Don't do
game
this.
for that.
Don't do this to me.
The next
I was going to
little
go
bit
with
is gonna
skin
be bad.
herpes, but
I'm
fine.
genuinely, like, total sincerity here. I am, my brain is so innocent. I get nightmares from everything.
You are in the Del Kier is. You're gonna have a bad
The
time
worst.
here.
I am sorry
Oh,
for what
dude.
I have to explain a Dolgaunt to you.
Oh no.
Honey.
The Dolgrims
I'm
are
so
bad, and they're not as
sorry.
bad as Dolgaunts.
Oh god, no.
You're gonna have a bad time, love.
Like, I can't watch creepy stuff because I can't watch horror movies.
Oh
Like-
no.
Like, even like I Am Legend, I had nightmares for a week.
Oh.
No joke.
Oh, Endus, you might have to change course.
Or just
Uh-oh.
don't show her the image of the Dolgaunt.
Just, it's okay
Is
to
this
sit there
a
and be like,
breaking point for you?
it's okay to sit there and be like, cease, don't look at this. And I'd be like, cool, I won't look.
Yeah.
Look, if this kind of stuff is going to be a breaking point for you, I can adjust this very easily. I have
Yeah.
another alternative that I can use for
We'll,
the Del
we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It's okay to be like, cease, don't look at this. I'm going to post it in chat. I'm like, okay. Let me know when
I'm
it's
also going to
safe.
give descriptions, though.
Yeah.
I can take my earmuffs off. There's another person in the room. He can tell me when to put them back on.
Sure.
Okay. Like, I'm totally fine if somebody's got, like, a heebie-jeebies issue and does not want to deal with something.
Yeah.
Like, if somebody had a real problem with spider, that'd be fine. Like, okay, we won't have giant spiders then. If it's that big of an issue.
He had he turned off arachnophobia mode on satisfactory on me.
Wait, you guys both have arachnophobia? That's good to know for when I do my campaign.
I don't. He
Yeah.
does. Yeah.
No,
I
but
do.
that's what I mean, because also, Ali raised her hand as
Yeah.
well.
Oh yeah.
The skittery little bastard satisfactory are terrifying anyway.
No, that's
Yeah.
fine. It's
Like
just
they're not.
there
They don't
were-
even exist. There's not even meowing.
There were some hell spiders in the next campaign.
It's like they
so
never existed.
take those out.
I also am not at all bothered by imagery of spiders. It's like in a game
Is
having
it?
them skitter at me.
Oh,
I
okay,
don't
so-
I
I
was gonna
don't
say,
like
it's
that.
the
It's not even a
movement for me.
fear. It's I don't like it. But
Right.
yeah, I
As
mean
long as it's not
imagery what
descri-
doesn't
as
bother
long as
me.
it's not overly described to you. If I just say they're going to go here and not go, yeah, and start acting. Okay, no good.
Ah,
see,
no,
so-
that doesn't bother me at all.
The Delkier do get into a little body horror-y stuff. If that is going to be a problem, I am perfectly comfortable shifting it away from the Delkier and moving it towards Fiends. I was
will let
originally
you
thinking
know.
of Fiends for this. If you have a problem, just let me know before next week, and we can quickly adjust all of that. And few little Dolgrim guys we've seen running around will just be weird little fiends.
Also,
I'll never see them again.
and it might be worth you just having the side conversation with her of what this might develop into before, like, making that full adjustment, because I mean there are levels that could be weird, and I don't know what level you want to take it. So
I had originally planned for a relatively body horror-y angle on things. Not so much like some of them are worse than others. Like there's Slime Guy that in the Delkiers, I wasn't going to go that route, but there's like a lot of stuff like that. One of the things that Delkiers do is they have basically biomagical implants or additions that they can do. Like you attach this weird tentacle thing to your arm, and now you have a whip attack that you can use from this weird living tentacle that is attached to you and built into you, because it like feeds tendrils into you to attach to you permanently.
yep.
Like there's all kinds of that kind of stuff. I am totally fine cutting it out and going to fiends.
Nah.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
We'll see how well I sleep tonight.
I didn't realize anybody had a
I
problem with
totally
that.
get the whole. I totally get the whole having nightmares after seeing or experiencing something. There's a movie that, as a kid, I used to adore, but every time I watched it, I used to get the same recurring nightmare afterwards.
So, I had a traumatic event happen. I was like probably wasn't even third grade, but I was young, and I went to a birthday party, and they decided to play what's one of the movies with Freddy Krueger in it, and in the movie, he had ripped a kid's tendons out and was using them as a puppet. And I had that nightmare of that happening over and over again for 6 months.
Aw.
Why would you even play that with children?
Oh, I don't know, because they were jacked up. But for 6 months, I slept on at the foot of my parents' bed, having this reoccurring nightmare. And my dad would get up in the middle of the night and calm me because I would have night terrors from it. And ever since then, I've been extremely sensitive on anything. It's specifically it's more so things that I watch. So as long as you're not playing like clips of stuff, I'm generally okay. Theater of the mind stuff, I can just zone out, and I'm usually good with. But if it's like visual, moving objects, that's the stuff where it's like I can't handle that.
I saw Poltergeist when I was like 8 years old, and it scarred the crap out of me. Like for ages after that, like static on televisions would freak me out.
Yeah.
One of the best things that you don't see static on televisions anymore.
My dad, my dad was a wonderful parent. He actually was a wonderful parent, but he introduced me to arachnophobia when I was a little kid, and then climax of scenes, he would like put his fingers up my brother and my like necks and stuff like an asshole.
Yeah.
So spiders were a big deal for us for a long time. But still a big deal for us.
To this day, I step on my slippers before I put them on because of that movie.
Yeah, I never saw that one, but my parents did make me afraid of sharks because they did the hands over my eyes and ears when I was little, and they were watching Jaws and didn't want to put me somewhere else, so I heard everything and imagined it, which is way worse.
The thing with arachnophobia is they weren't even monster spiders for the most part. They were just normal spiders. It was horrifying.
Yes.
My brother was babysitting me once when I was 9, and he rented the film Species.
Oh, God.
I was freaked out by the idea of pregnancy for years.
I can imagine.
Like the bit where the woman has the rapid, like, 9 months in 3 seconds scene. Like,
I'm so glad I've not seen any of these movies.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying. For once, I'm glad I had a sheltered
I think that's a good end to my night if I need one.
Yep.
Thanks, Phobias. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, this honestly great session. I'm sorry that a lot of it dominated like my character backstory, but
it worked.
You guys working with what happened.
It's all good.
It's really cool.
I really am serious, Cece. If it's going to be a problem, just let me know. I'm very easy to change into. It was originally the plan anyway.
Absolutely keep you in the loop. You will know something. You will know by Wednesday if it's a problem.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. Good night, everyone.
Night.
Good night. See y'all soon.
Alright, and that is going to be it for this evening. If you did not see on the Twitters, because I refuse to call it X, our raid team went on hiatus for the rest of the tiers, so I don't know about Tuesdays and Sunday streams anymore. We'll see if I'm doing anything interesting. I'll probably hop on and stream, but if nothing interesting is going on, I'm not going to force it. Next tier should be fairly soon, I think. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I might also raid a couple times with the old team, Relentless. Help them out. They're working on heroic Gallywix right now. So, we'll see what happens with that, but yeah, until then, if I don't see you Sunday or Tuesday, I'll see you next Saturday. And until then, as always, thanks for coming, thanks for hanging out, and have a great night.